Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to this public hearing of the New York City Rent Guidelines Board, and thank you all for attending. This is the third of 4 public hearings to consider comments concerning proposed rent adjustments for leases for apartments, lofts, hotels, and other housing units subject to the Rent Stabilization Law of 1969 and the Emergency Tenant Protection Act of 1974. These adjustments will affect leases commencing between October 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2027. I will now take roll call. Please respond if present. Arpit Gupta.
Present.
Brandon Mancia.
Present.
Lauren Melodia.
Present.
Sagar Sharma. Sina Sinai.
Present.
Christina Smith.
Here.
Adon Soltran. Maxim Nguyen. And Chantella Mitchell. I'm present. Let the record show that we do have a quorum. The next meeting of this board will be a public hearing to comment on the proposed guidelines, June 16th at Symphony Space, 2537 Broadway at 95th Street in Manhattan from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Anyone who wants to comment on the proposed guidelines at a public hearing must sign up to speak. People wishing to speak at the public hearings can pre-register in advance either through our website, nyc.gov/RGB, or by calling 212-669-7480 from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Pre-registration ends at noon on the business day prior to each hearing. For those who do not pre-register for the hearings, registration is also available at public hearings from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. on June 16th. All of our public hearings will be live streamed, and Spanish interpretation will be provided at each hearing. We also accept comments on the proposed guidelines outside of our public hearings. You can submit written, audio, and video comments for the board to review through June 16th. Instructions on how to submit these comments will be available on the board's website, by email at ask@rgb.nyc.gov, or by calling the RGB. Our final vote on the guidelines will take place on Thursday, June 25th, starting at 7 p.m. at El Museo del Barrio, 1230 Fifth Avenue at 104th Street in Manhattan. Doors open at 6 p.m. The public may attend in person or may watch the vote live by streaming it on the RGB's YouTube channel. To find out how, visit the RGB website, call the RGB at 212-669-7480 between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Before we proceed tonight, I'd like to go over the rules and procedures for those who are testifying before the board. If you wish to speak, you must confirm with the RGB staff at the registration table located near the entrance of the hall. Speakers will not be called if they have not checked in at the registration table. There are Spanish interpreters here today. When registering to speak, please notify the staff if you would like an interpreter. I will try to call several names in advance to let you know that you will soon be called on to speak, so please make your way towards the microphones when I call your name. If you have materials to distribute to the board, please give them to the RGB staff sitting at the sign-in table near the entrance. I will attempt to alternate speakers between tenants and owners, but this may not always be possible. Board members may need to briefly step away from the table during the hearing to use the restroom or take an urgent phone call. We will keep the meeting moving given the time constraints because we are eager to hear from all of you. In order to accommodate as many speakers as possible, each speaker will have 2 minutes to give their testimonies. An additional 2 minutes of speaking time will be given to those speakers using interpretation services, so 4 minutes total. To help speakers keep track of their time, we do have a clock. We will start the clock when you begin speaking, and the clock will beep once when the speaker has 30 seconds left. It will continue beeping when the allotted 2 minutes are up. If you are still speaking at the end of the 2 minutes, I will ask you to quickly wrap up your testimony. We expect many speakers tonight, and the board wants to hear from as many of you as possible in the limited time that we have for the hearing. We understand that it may be difficult to say everything you want us to hear in just 2 minutes, but please understand that it is our responsibility to try to make sure that everyone who has taken the time to come out to testify has a fair opportunity to be heard. Thank you for your cooperation, and the board is looking forward to hearing your comments regarding the proposed rent adjustment guidelines. and I will now turn it over for translation.
Buenas tardes con todos. Muy buenas tardes con todos. Me gustaría darles la bienvenida a esta audiencia pública de la Junta de Normas de Alquiler de Nueva York. Esta es la tercera de las 4 audiencias públicas que tomarán en consideración sus comentarios sobre los ajustes de alquiler propuestos para la renovación de contratos de alquiler de apartamentos, lofts o altillos, hoteles y otras unidades de vivienda sujetos a la Ley de Estabilización de Alquileres de 1969 y la Ley de Urgencia de Protección de Inquilinos de 1974. Estos ajustes afectarán la renovación de contratos de alquiler a partir del 1 de octubre de 2026 hasta el 30 de septiembre de 2027. Ahora pasaré lista. Por favor, responda si está presente. Arpit Gupta, presente. Brandon Mancilla, presente. Lauren Melodia, presente. Sagar Sharma, presente. Sina Sinai, presente. Christina Smith, presente. Adam Soltran, presente. Maxim Nguyen, presente. Chantela Mitchell, presente. Que conste en actas que hemos logrado un quórum para la sesión de esta noche. La reunión final de esta Junta será una audiencia pública para comentar sobre las normas propuestas. Esta se llevará a cabo en la fecha y hora siguiente. El martes 16 de junio en el Symphony Space, ubicado en el 2537 de Broadway, calle 95 en Manhattan, de 5 a 8 de la noche. Todo aquel que desee comentar sobre las normas propuestas en una audiencia pública debe inscribirse para declarar. Los que deseen declarar en las audiencias públicas pueden preinscribirse con antelación. Pueden preinscribirse en línea a través de nuestra página web nyc.gov/RGB o al llamar al 212-669-7480 de 9 a 5 de la tarde de lunes a viernes. Esta preinscripción finalizará al mediodía del día laborable anterior a cada audiencia. Y quienes no se preinscriban para las audiencias aún podrán inscribirse para la última audiencia pública de esta Junta de 5 a 8 de la noche el 16 de junio. Todas las audiencias públicas se transmitirán en directo por Internet y habrá interpretación al español en cada audiencia. También recibiremos comentarios sobre las normas propuestas fuera de nuestras audiencias públicas. Puede presentar comentarios por escrito, audio o vídeo a la Junta hasta el 16 de junio. Las instrucciones para presentar estos comentarios estarán disponibles en el sitio web de la Junta en nyc.gov/RGB y por correo electrónico a ask@rgb.nyc.gov o al llamar a la Junta RGB. Nuestra votación final sobre las normas se llevará a cabo el jueves 25 de junio a partir de las 7 de la noche en el Museo del Barrio, localizado en el 1230 de la Quinta Avenida, en la calle 104 de Manhattan. Las puertas se abrirán a las 6 de la tarde y si no pueden asistir en persona, se podrá seguir la votación a través de la transmisión en directo en el canal de YouTube de la RGB. Para informarse de cómo hacerlo, por favor visite la página web del RGB, nuevamente nyc.gov/RGB, o llame al RGB al 212-669-7480 entre las 9 de la mañana y las 5 de la tarde. Ahora, antes de continuar con los testimonios de hoy, me gustaría repasar las normas y procedimientos para quienes declaren ante la Junta. Si desean declarar, deberán confirmar su presencia con el personal de la RGB en la mesa de inscripción situada cerca de la entrada de este salón. No se llamarán a aquellos que no se hayan inscrito con el personal de la mesa de inscripción. Habrá intérpretes de español acá y cuando se inscriban para hablar, notifíquenle al personal, por favor, si desea un intérprete. Intentaré anunciar varios nombres con antelación para que sepa que pronto se le llamará para declarar. Y si tienen material que desean distribuirle a la Junta, deben entregárselo al personal de la RGB que se encuentra en la mesa de inscripción cerca de la entrada. Intentaré alternar entre inquilinos y propietarios para que ambos puedan declarar, pero esto no siempre será posible. Los miembros de la Junta podrían necesitar ausentarse brevemente de la mesa durante la audiencia para utilizar el baño o atender a una llamada telefónica urgente. Dadas las limitaciones de tiempo, continuaremos con el desarrollo de la audiencia y estamos deseosos de escuchar a cada uno de ustedes. Para darle cabida al mayor número posible de declarantes, cada persona dispondrá de 2 minutos para declarar. Se concederán 2 minutos adicionales a los declarantes que utilicen servicios de interpretación, o sea, 4 minutos. Para ayudar a los declarantes a controlar su tiempo, dispondremos de un temporizador que ya pueden ver en tarima. Lo pondremos en marcha una vez que el declarante empiece a dar su testimonio. El temporizador sonará una vez que a los declarantes les queden 30 segundos y este seguirá sonando cuando se hayan agotado los 2 minutos asignados, o 4 para los que necesiten interpretación. Si los declarantes siguen hablando después de los 2 minutos o 4 minutos, les pediremos que concluyan rápidamente su declaración. Esperamos que haya muchos declarantes entre ustedes y la Junta desea verdaderamente escuchar el mayor número posible en el tiempo limitado del que disponemos para esta audiencia hoy día. Entendemos que puede ser difícil decir todo lo que quieran que oigamos en apenas 2 minutos, pero por favor, entiendan que es nuestra responsabilidad asegurarnos de que todos los que se hayan tomado el tiempo de venir acá y declarar tengan la oportunidad de que se les escuche. Muchísimas gracias por su colaboración. La Junta desea verdaderamente escuchar sus comentarios sobre las normas propuestas para el ajuste de los alquileres. Gracias.
Thank you. So we'll now start the testimony, and we'll start with Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, followed by Senator Stephen Chan, followed by New York City Council Member Shahana Hanif.
Thank you so much. Good evening. I am Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, and I'm here with a simple message on behalf of Brooklyn tenants. Freeze the rent. While New Yorkers have been struggling more than ever to put food on the table, Mayor Adams raised rents by 12.6% throughout his term, the highest rate increase since the Bloomberg administration. For the past 4 years, rents have gone up faster than inflation, further squeezing the pockets of New Yorkers when the city should have stepped up to provide relief. We're all here today because Brooklyn tenants are struggling. It feels impossible to find an affordable home or even afford the home you have. More than half of New York City households are rent burdened, meaning that they're paying over 30% of their rent, and about 33% are paying more than 50% of their income to rent. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of Brooklynites, including regulated tenants, who are forced to choose between paying rent on time and affording basic essentials. Evictions are up, shelters are on the brink, none of it is sustainable. It shouldn't come to a surprise that families who are leaving the city at the fastest rate are people of color making between $32,000 a year and $65,000 a year. To top it all off, President Trump's policies aren't helping. We have wars that are completely unnecessarily illegal that are making costs even higher for families, and federal cuts that are threatening programs that create affordable housing and help keep families in their homes. His economic agenda has resulted in more inflation, more income inequality, higher unemployment, and reduced access to public benefits. In fact, after so many increases, what we really should be talking about is a rent rollback. But on a technical level, it seems like the board is only considering an increase of 0 to 4%. So I call on the Rent Guidelines Board to choose 0 for both 1 and 2 year leases. Freezing the rent-regulated units is one of the most important tools we have to fight rampant gentrification and displacement in our cities. Our communities are counting on you. Thank you, and don't forget to spread love. It's the Brooklyn way. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Stephen Chan, and the New York City Council Member Shahana Hanif.
Good evening. My name is Senator Steve Chan, representing South Brooklyn. So, I'm an immigrant coming from humble backgrounds, and I've been the tenant of slumlords. But yet, I also been a small property owner. So I've been on both sides of the fence. And while I have no rent-regulated apartments currently, I did take it up on myself to not have raised one of my tenants' rent for 19 years. And I'll tell you why. Because I know she's living on Social Security. I know that I want to provide her with a home that is comfortable. So as long as I can get by, I took it up on myself to do even better than what the RGB has done in the past. I have not raised her rent for 19 years. But I come from a district of homeowners, people building the American dream. And I understand as a small property owner how difficult it is with the insurance rising, with the rising cost of utilities, as well as property taxes over the years. And now maintenance is also going up. So I understand I can view this from both sides of the aisle. And during the COVID pandemic, I still had to pay my mortgage while nobody paid me rent. So that was especially hard times. So, while we talk about rent freezes, I also want to talk about property tax freezes and utility cost freezes, as well as insurance cost freezes. Who's the worst landlord in New York City? It is the city of New York. We have thousands of, thank you. We have thousands of units in the NYCHA system that are vacant. How about we bring those units back out for our veterans that need it, our seniors, our low-income folks? How about that, right? How about, and thank you. I am a U.S. Marine, So let's bring some housing back to the market. And when the RGB makes their decision, I hope you think with both sides in mind. Some small property owners are really struggling. I, for one, I'm barely getting by with my small property. I could, if my property was regulated, I could sure use an increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Councilmember Shahana Hanif, and I represent Kensington, Park Slope, Gowanus, and surrounding neighborhoods. I'm here on behalf of the rent-stabilized tenants I represent, including residents of 63 Tiffany Place, 270 15th Street, 110 Baltic Street, and countless others across District 39, to urge you to freeze rents on both 1- and 2-year leases. For nearly 1 million New Yorkers, rent-stabilized housing is the last line of defense against displacement. It allows seniors to age in place, immigrant families to build a future, and working-class New Yorkers to remain in the communities they have sustained for generations. Yet tenants are being squeezed from every direction. The cost of groceries, childcare, transportation, healthcare, and utilities continue to rise. Families are cutting back, taking on debt, and making impossible choices just to stay housed. Another rent increase would push many closer to the brink. Over the last 4 years, rent-stabilized tenants have endured repeated rent hikes, while New York City's affordability crisis has only worsened. Meanwhile, many continue to live with chronic repair issues, neglected maintenance, and deteriorating building conditions. Tenants are asking a fair question. If rents keep going up, why aren't living conditions improving? The reality is simple. There is no affordable housing waiting for these tenants if they are priced out. A rent increase today means more instability, more displacement, and more New Yorkers at risk of homelessness tomorrow. The Rent Guidelines Board has the authority to provide meaningful relief. It has voted for rent freezes before, and the circumstances facing tenants today demand that it do so again. A full rent freeze would keep families in their homes, preserve the diversity of our neighborhoods, and affirm that New York City remains a place where working people can afford to live. I urge you to vote for a full rent freeze on both 1- and 2-year leases. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize in advance if I mispronounce anyone's name. I'll be listening for the correct pronunciation when you come up. So the next folks I will welcome to come towards the microphone for their testimony are Aniello De Guida, Charlene Davis, Leslie Jones, and Kevin A. Jones. Hello? Okay, great.
Yeah, the gentleman over there, yes.
Yes. I just want to say hello to everybody and thank you for coming out here. This is a good thing that should be done, and I understand the landlords and the tenants, they both have their issues, but I blame this all on the city and the elected officials. They should do more to alleviate these problems, especially with landlords and tenants, again. The fact of the matter is, and I could contest, and I'm sure all the
landlords here can contest that over the past 20 years, actually 5 years, it's been very, very difficult to manage property in New York. A lot of my constituents don't even want to buy or don't even want to manage property. They'd rather leave it open, not open, they'd rather leave it vacant, because aside from this, the landlords have issues with trying to remove tenants that are professional tenants, I call them. And along with that, and again, I'm not bashing the tenants. I'm not an anti-tenant. I'm just saying it's not a fair game here. And the city should do more to alleviate the problems on both parties, meaning the tenants and the landlords. I think the city, I mean, my taxes, and I'm sure everybody else here that owns property, have gone up 25% in the past 2-3 years, along with insurance, along with water bill. In fact, the water bill went up 3 times in the past 2 to 3 years. It's very hard to manage property. And along with that, you know, you have tenants that take advantage of the system, and they sit there and they don't pay rent for a year, and the court system is totally against the landlords, and it's not fair. So I think the city is the culprit here. The city should do much, much more to alleviate these problems between the tenants and the landlords. It's not the tenants, it's not the landlords, it's the city. What's that? No.
Thank you for your
Can
testimony.
I just say something? There are bad landlords, and I agree.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Charlene Davis, then Leslie Jones.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Charlene Davis. You would have to turn this way to look at me. I'm in a motorized wheelchair. I'm over here. Hello.
See ya.
I came here because I feel it's very important for my voice to be heard. Too many people that are disabled, that are in wheelchairs, cannot afford their rent. You have to decide whether or not you can buy your cancer medication or to pay your rent. These landlords, some of them are great landlords and some of them are not. I think that the board needs to look at it and say to themselves, look, we need to make some changes, because you have landlords out there that are slumlords. And these slumlords is what's making it bad for everyone else. Not only the tenants, but for the other landlords that do the right thing. So I am asking and requesting that you please give us a break. One day you may be in a wheelchair. One day you may be someone who has to live on a fixed income. And it's not easy. You have people that are eating cat food in order to make ends meet. And this shouldn't happen. I shouldn't have to go out and stand on long lines to get food because everything is so expensive. No one really takes the time to think about those that are in wheelchairs, that have to depend on other people. It's very hard, it's very difficult. And greed is one of the biggest sins. These landlords need to be held accountable for not taking care of their properties. If you took care of your property, then you wouldn't have so much repairs and stuff to make. Vet your tenants better. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you so much. And please do not increase these rents. Give us a break.
Leslie Jones. We need the microphone, just one moment.
Hold on one second.
The mic is here. I have the mic up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm a 70-year-old small property owner of a 6-family rent-stabilized building in Brooklyn. The building has been in my family for over 60 years. I retired last year and find myself struggling more than ever to maintain and operate my building efficiently with the continually rising costs of oil, electric, water, insurance, property taxes, and the repairs that, yes, some tenants do break up and destroy, as far as the regulatory requirements, which are causing undue stress and financial hardship for me. I've been supplementing my building with my personal income by maxing out my credit cards, compensate to operate the cost along with my children. To date, I owe my April 26 property taxes. I owe $6,000 in oil bill, but I refuse to pay the city because I provided heat for my tenant, because I am the good landlord, okay? Now, my tenants pay when they pay. They don't pay a late fee. I don't take them to court because I spend too much money in court, so it's not worth it. I have decent tenants. I got rid of all the bad ones. The good ones that I do have, I try to work with them. So I am the exceptional landlord, okay? Now, as far as the city, I would think it's the city's responsibility to provide real affordable housing. These tenants in here, you make $200, $300, $400 a week every 2 weeks. You're not going to be able to afford the affordable housing that you claim that you're providing. $1,200, $1,300. You cannot do that. Zero from zero adds up to nothing. But you're promising these people like, oh, we're going to freeze the rent, but how am I going to pay my oil bill? How am I going to pay my property taxes? Now, winter is coming. There's a war going on in Iran, and I already notified HPD. And my tenants, if you want oil, you're going to have to chip in, because I'm not going to be able to supplement, you know, to be fair and honest. Right now, my rents are $1,100, $1,200, $1,400, $1,500. That's it. And like I said, I collect rent maybe, if I'm lucky, every 3 months.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, please come up Kevin A. Jones, Humberto Lopez, Isaac Kirk Davidoff, and Fulvio Lopez.
Hi, my name is Kevin Jones. I'm former president of the Tenants Association of our rent-stabilized building in Washington Heights, Upper Manhattan. I'm here to speak in favor of a rent freeze and to try to do that with some context and nuance. I'm not here to call out avarice and greed. We all recognize those vices in ourselves. We have regulating agencies, guardrails, and the focus on the long term as our foundation. For instance, we have the Public Service Commission that regulates Con Edison's rates for the benefit of the public and for private profit. Home rental and landlord and individual ownership are conservative and long-term by their nature. I think we should seek to understand the complex problem of how housing prices got so high, so unaffordable, and out of sync with our incomes and profits, whether landlords or tenants or small owners. We can start, I think, by looking at the new ethos that became so prevalent after the 1970s, because I'm old enough to remember that. I witnessed it everywhere in college economics, accounting and banking classes, job interviews, the media, Milton Friedman's weekly column in Newsweek magazine, if you remember. And it was called Reaganomics and supply-side economics. And it is the precursor to our current economic regime. A lot of you don't know that or don't recognize this is the framework. It has always, and this regime has always hated rent regulation and other regulation. As a practical and pragmatic matter, many business leaders know that their businesses and profits, their employees and their customers need affordable housing, infrastructure, and institutions. A rent increase would be a weak response to help. It would be a weak response to help distressed landlords.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Humberto Lopez. I'm a landlord in New York City for over 40 years. Thank you. We're going to get the same response back.
We're going to hear from everyone.
Okay. You're going to get it back. Most of my rents are going to go up. If you give me 2%, the highest tenant's going to pay me for the year is another $100 $150 to $250 for the whole year of an increase. That's not an increase. My oil went up, the taxes, this is all the repetitious things. Your guideline already gave us a proposal back in April of exactly what happened, that you should have a minimum of 5% increase to keep our doors open. So if you get this here in Sense Times, it's not enough money. And most of these tenants, they get their rent paid by government agencies. 90% of them are paid by government agencies. So when they get in government agency, it's not coming out of their pocket. I don't understand that. I don't get it. No way. A lot of my tenants get paid by the government. So their increase is going to get passed on to Section 8, to SNAP, all these other agencies that are out there. They're not coming out of their pocket. They still get their check for their food and everything else. So I'm a little concerned of what people are saying that don't add up. Even my senior citizens get their rent paid by government. So the $150 to $200 I'm going to get for the 2% increases from the average of my tenant doesn't cover the oil bill that's coming. Doesn't cover the water bill that's coming up. It's not happening. There's a spread. I'm not going to sell it because I worked for it. You'll have no place to live, but we're going to hackle you when you get up here. The whole idea of this, that your mathematics were done in April to tell us a minimum of 5%. So 2% is way below what we're going to have to afford to keep these buildings running. So the whole idea of the taxpayers will not happen.
Everyone will have their time.
Oh, we're gonna fuck you. We're gonna get you. Oh, you're gonna see the noise when you come up. So the whole idea of this, the mathematics to it, don't add up by your own standards. Your own standards that you have are already over. We should be getting 5%.
Thank you for your
We'll
testimony.
settle with the 2%.
Thank you.
All these guys loud and streaming didn't allow me to speak. It's not fair.
Thank you for your testimony.
No problem. Wait for they come up.
Next, Isaac Kirk Davidoff.
Good evening. My name is Isaac Kirk Davidoff, and I'm a proud member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union. I live in Crown Heights with my girlfriend and our 2 cats in a 1-bedroom rent stabilized apartment. I get paid by the government because I work for the New York City Parks Department. And for the last 4 years, my boss's Rent Guidelines Board set my rents to increase higher than my wages. Thanks to rent stabilization, tenants can stay in their buildings for decades. They can tell you stories about the rent strike 20 years ago, the time 10 years ago there was a wedding in the backyard, the time their bathroom flooded while they were out of town. We can tell the story of decades of displacement in our neighborhoods.
Isaac, could you pause for just a second? I actually cannot hear the testimony. Everyone will have their time. I really cannot hear him. Thank you, Isaac.
Settle down. We can tell the story of decades of displacement in our neighborhoods. In data, that means the RGB's increases since 1990 were over 30% higher than would have been required to maintain inflation-adjusted profits. Because more often than not, this is a board seeking to legitimize the drive for profit, to set terms on how much blood to squeeze from a stone. It's hardwired into the board's law, which asks the board to consider such factors as the prevailing and projected real estate taxes, sewer and water rates, maintenance costs, government fees, cost of fuel and labor costs. Sewer rates are named here, but HPD violations aren't. Insurance rates are named, but not the number of calls to 311. Real estate taxes, but not the number of eviction filings. You're getting a story of years in profits told over our own story of decades and lives. When rent stabilization is under attack, we need this body to do more than it was designed to do. I urge the members of this board to think in the long term, to change the data you request, for public members to really represent the public interest, not pretend to mediate between tenants and landlords. We need a body that will stand with us, not above us. And if you're thinking in the long term, thinking in terms of lives, of neighborhoods, you'll see that we need nothing less than a rollback of rents. As a tenant, I understand the feeling that your job is not to rock the boat, to just say, it could be worse. Last week when my neighbor said it, we should just be thankful for what we have. We don't need to call 311. We don't really deserve better. We've all heard this. But tonight I want to remind you when I hear this, that you're not alone. There's more tenants here than landlords, and if we stick together, we can do more than keep things from getting worse. We can make them better. We can roll back the rents.
Next, I will call Hovian Lopes, Holden Taylor, and Salvatore Tarmina.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Jovian.
Jovian, thank you.
Yeah, of course. So when I first heard the term violation, it sounded to me like it was something egregious and detrimental to a tenant's health, a tenant's well-being in an apartment. But oftentimes, violations could be as simple as a light being out in a hallway, or the batteries in a smoke machine being broken, or even like the little spring thingy in front of a door in the front of a building. So when I saw a number of 84% of New York City landlords have less than 5 violations in their building per year, that could be as simple as, like I said, a light being out, or the batteries being out in the smoke detector. So what that tells you is that majority of landlords do want to work with tenants. They do want a healthy and safe environment. And then to put that into perspective, NYCHA has 600,000 violations, so much so to the point that they changed the name to open work order because the violations were too much. So us here, I'm not a landlord myself, but I represent them. Us as landlords, we're here because we want to come to the table, because we want to speak, because we want to find what is compromise. Compromise is half happy. We want to find a common ground, but my main worry is because things are getting so one-sided, us not being allowed to come to the table is going to leave a power vacuum. That power vacuum is going to be filled by a real Nazi, a real fascist, a real dictator. And then when that time comes, they're not going to want to come to the table. So we're asking now, as people who do want half happy, to have a seat at the table and speak about these things with us being there. We're against slumlords. They belong underneath the gulag. We don't represent that. I yield my time.
Holden Taylor.
Thank you. I don't know what that was about. My name is Holden Taylor. I'm here as a member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union, as well as a member of the 930-940 Prospect Place Tenant Association. We voted unanimously to demand a rent rollback, and I'm going to tell you a few reasons why. Rent rollback! Shut up. Can we tell the bald guy to shut up? My two buildings together have 411 open violations right now, including 166 Class C, which means not like what that guy was talking about. Those are immediately hazardous, right? My landlord currently owes HPD $180,000. A couple months ago, the city fined him $2.17 million. In the last 2 years, there have been 8 tax liens put on our 2 buildings. In the last 6 years, we've had 7 different building managers. In that same time, we've had 11 different supers, and we currently don't have any super, right? During that time, our building has flooded 4 times, including one summer where there was sewage in our courtyard for 4 months straight. Shame. Seth Miller, my landlord, he makes $1.3 million off of our 2 buildings each year. So the 10 years that I've lived in those buildings, he's collected $13 million. And I recently found out that he just bought a new home in Palm Beach. And the way I found out is because I was Googling him, and he put his old Palm Beach apartment listed, and it's listed at $4.75 million. It's advertised to have complete Italian imported porcelain floors. I'm not jealous. Despite all of this, right? Despite all of this, my landlord has filed 30 non-payment and holdover cases against my TA in the last 3 years. We've had 0 evictions. Our landlord has never hired anyone to clean the interior of our building once in the 10 years I've been there. My TA cleans it monthly. My TA put together a garden in the backyard, and a few months ago, my landlord hired goons to uproot every single plant that we planted.
Thank you for your testimony.
We pour value into our homes, and our landlord just sucks it dry like a vampire.
Thank you, Holden. Salvatore Termina, then Esteban Giron, then Jean-Paul Bernard.
My name is Salvatore Termina. I'm a real estate agent. I'm also a landlord. I specialize in foreclosures, and while others will discuss inflation reports and data reports and expenses, I'm here to tell you when housing policies collide with economic reality. So when I walk through foreclosure properties, I don't see a building, I see a dream that failed. I see a family that worked for decades, bought property, paid taxes, maintained the building, and believed ownership would create a better future for their children. Then something happened. Expenses rose faster than income, a tenant stopped paying, an eviction dragged on, property taxes increased, fines piled up, and eventually the numbers no longer worked. Every week I see the warning signs: rising operating costs, housing shortages, aging buildings, lengthy eviction process, and fewer reasons for owners to invest in rental housing. When costs continue to rise while revenue is restricted, investment declines, housing quality suffers, and housing supply shrinks. What concerns me most is that many proposed solutions seem focused on creating more restrictions rather than addressing the underlying economics. New York has seen this before. In the 1970s, when economics stopped working, buildings fell into distress, owners walked away, and neighbors paid the price. This should not be about landlords versus tenants. Communities need both. If owners fail, tenants suffer. If tenants suffer, neighborhoods suffer. The warning signs are clear. The question is not whether we can afford to act. The question is whether we can afford not to. I ask the board to look beyond the politics, look at the economics, and approve an increase that reflects the reality housing provides every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Esteban Giron.
Good evening. My name is Esteban Giron. I'm a member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union, CHCU, political director of Tenants PAC, and a proud rent-stabilized tenant. It's good to see many of you again. Welcome. This is my 13th consecutive year testifying in front of this board as part of the Rent Justice Coalition. Back in 2014, when we joined the coalition, my tenant union was demanding a 5-year rent freeze. At the time, policy experts and politicians labeled us as unserious, idealistic, and delusional. There had never been a rent freeze before, and the Bloomberg-era rent hikes had left tenants hopeless. Within a year of making that radical demand, tenants got the first of 3 rent freezes from the de Blasio RGB. That which was not viable was now viable as fuck. And it might have never happened had tenants not spoken it into existence. That's why roughly half of the tenants who have testified over the past week have testified for a rollback. And why, before he ran for office, Zoran was arrested outside of the final vote, also demanding a rent rollback. He knew, as we do, that it was impossible, that it's impossible until we make it possible. Now, let me be clear, a rent freeze would be a huge win. Those three rent freezes we won gave us some room to breathe. But until the rent is actually reduced in a meaningful way, tenants will remain in crisis, as we did after all 3 of those rent freezes. This board and the general public need a true understanding of the extent to which landlords have been overcompensated over the course of decades. I call on this board to commission a study that puts that overcompensation in the context of tenant struggles, our wages, our budgets, the health effects of barely getting by, of ending up in housing court getting verbally abused by some landlord attorney. There are brilliant economists sitting at this table, and so I know this is something doable. To my fellow tenants who will testify tonight, don't forget that we, the tenants of this city, elected a mayor who is listening and who appointed a board who is listening. Go big. Fight for what we deserve. Power concedes nothing without a demand. Tell these folks what you really want, not what you were told was the best that you could get. As for me, I respectfully demand a rent rollback. Thank you.
Jude John Paul Bernard, then Kunsa Amin, and then Daniel Barrero. Please make your way towards the mics.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jude Bernard. I'm a first-generation Haitian immigrant. My mom and my dad came to this country legally with a dream. My mom cleaned hotel rooms for that dream. My dad drove a cab for that dream. When I was 25 years old, instead of hanging out and buying sneakers with the money from my job at the telephone company, I worked my tail off, working overtime to buy a first property in Bed-Stuy. Fast forward a couple of decades, and my parents' dream came true. I am allegedly a millionaire, on paper. You know, but in reality, I have equity in a property that makes me look good on a balance sheet, but the rents from a decade ago just don't cut it with the continuous expenses. Unfortunately, the math just doesn't math. And I understand that people are suffering, and I understand that it's a tough time. But what we really need to do is figure out a way for the math to math. whether it's freezing rents, whether it's freezing property taxes, whether it's freezing expenses. Somehow, some way, we have to find a way to work together and make this work, because at the end of the day, I now have a decision to make, whether I'm going to pull equity out of my property so that I can cover the maintenance that needs to happen, or I have to raise the rents. One way or the other, somebody's gonna lose. We need to do something better.
Kunsa Amin.
Hello everyone, my name is Kunsa and I'm a rent-stabilized tenant living in Crown Heights. I'm also a proud member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union as well as the Union of Pinnacle Tenants, both of which voted for a rent rollback. Today I stand before you with 37 cents in my bank account as I await my next paycheck. Yesterday I had $1.87, but I had to move $1.50 to my Omni card to be able to go to work. Turns out I had a negative 50-cent balance and I had only $1 on the card now, not enough to swipe through. I stood there trying to not break down, trying to keep breathing, trying to figure out how money could appear out of thin air so I could go to a job that was barely keeping me alive and together in this world. The other day, my SNAP was cut to $121 a month because of the new draconian rules, as if that is enough to survive, much less be healthy. Every day, the money I make disappears somewhere else, to health bills from years of chronic illness, to Con Ed bills that keep climbing, to repairs that I have to pursue on my own because my building is owned by a slumlord who is charging me $25.75 for a dilapidated one-bedroom in Crown Heights. $25.75. Let me say that again. I am rent stabilized at $25.75 per month. We're not going to get into how this is clearly an overcharge, and I am fighting it tooth and nail with my unions and tenant association, and I am not alone in what I describe. I stand here as myself, yes, but also to speak to my neighbors and community who have stories similar to or even horrific than mine. To give any increase to us is frankly asking us to die. That is not an exaggeration. That is not hyperbole. It is simple truth. As someone who has been close to that because of these burdens more time than I care to count in my 30 years of life. To only freeze the rent is not enough. It does nothing to solve years of increases in all these areas of our lives while our wages stay the same. The only answer, if the board actually cares about the human lives in this equation, is to roll back the rent starting with a modest 12%, the same exorbitant rate landlord-loving Eric Adams gave us collectively in his sorry stint as mayor. Anything less than a rollback is complicity in suffering of millions of tenants across New York City, and we will remember each and every one of you that co-signed. Thank you.
Next, we will have Daniel Barrero, followed by Carol Blake and Lav Bauta. Please make your way toward the mics.
So my name is Daniel Barrero. I've been a real estate investor and landlord since 1989, and I am going to be one of the few people that you may agree with that I think we should have a rent rollback. But I also believe real estate taxes should be rolled back, water and sewer charges should be rolled back, as well as insurance should be rolled back, and that should be passed on to the tenants. However, this system is broken, and this system is broken because of our political leaders. The system is broken. It doesn't give any relief to landlords, nor is it giving relief to the tenants. The truth of the matter is that this is a basic economics 101 situation. If you were to lessen the rules that are ridiculously imposing upon developers, and I am not a developer, but I did sit on the mayor advisory board under Bloomberg when we fought, the community fought to change the old brig on between Park Avenue and Flushing and Vanderbilt and Claremont. We changed that to affordable housing. And one of the biggest things that I fought for, I actually sued the city, was because they didn't want to give any of those properties, those affordable housing, to the very same people that stood there when the community was not so good, and now regentrification was happening. They wanted to kick those very same people out. There's got to be some common sense, and it needs to start with our political leaders. The system that we have today is not working for either the tenants, nor is it working for the landlords. We don't work for free, and tenants should not have to live in a place that landlords are not willing to live in themselves. All right? So, but neither can I work for free. Listen, and I did live in my buildings. At one point, but eventually, right. But the point is, this system is not working. I didn't forget about anything. I lived, again, and I didn't agree with that either. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Carol Blake. Is Carol here? Okay, Carol will come back. Lav Bauta.
Thank you. Thank you to the board. I certainly do not envy you. You have a difficult job. I've watched testimony from the boroughs, and there's little I can say that hasn't been. The empty dinner tables, the dying American dream. It's clear that the math of New York City housing is fundamentally broken. But the crisis is much worse. The money owners once relied on to perform costly repairs came from historically low interest rates. Those are now gone. Values are gone. Properties will never appraise at the level of existing loans. You can forget about new money. It's all gone. If the goal is massive losses, bank ownership, and resetting basis, then let's continue down this path. But everyone should be aware that this comes with pain, lots of pain. There's a strong likelihood the level of service you have received until now has diminished. But I want you to know that it will only get worse. There's no city agency or nonprofit that can help. In theory, they will, but in execution, they will fall short. Simply not enough bandwidth. The root of the issue here is resources. Every property on earth requires some level of resources. It doesn't care where it comes from, but it is required. And the properties here in New York require a lot of resources. There's a mandate to freeze the rent, but the resources to operate the properties must come from somewhere. Our $50 billion budget is now 130 almost, yet everyone is worse off. How? We need to help our fellow New Yorkers freeze the rent, but provide subsidy for the properties. We believe housing is a right like everyone in the room, but we should be funding it publicly as a right, and we're not doing that at the moment. We risk losing extremely valuable housing stock that millions depend on. Everyone is fighting for our own interests, but let's not lose sight of the fact that we're on the same team. Remember last night, right? Everybody was cheering for a Knicks win. I want everyone in here to win. I want you to win for your own salvation. We don't need a loser to have a winner. That's called a zero-sum game.
Thank you.
It serves all of our interests to win together, and it's in the math.
Thank you for your testimony. Rohit Chandan, then Eric Todman, and then Daniel Pecoraro.
Hello, board members. My name is Rohit Chandan. I am also a member of the Crown Heights Tenants Union, and I am here to fight for our rent rollback. In 2011, the Court of Appeals in the case Casado versus Marcus held that the RGB has a mandate to remedy inequities. The reason I bring this up is the Eric Adams administration did not use independent data for their 12% rent hike. It went up past the consumer price index, and they did not look at any hardship applications by the DHCR to see how many landlords were suffering. The reason is there were none. No hardship applications for lack of profit was approved in 2023, 2024. Despite this, they still provided a 12% increase. A rent freeze is a step in the right direction, but this board has a mandate to remedy the harms by the Eric Adams Rent Guidelines Board and issue a rent rollback. Simply put, a rent freeze is not enough when the rents are already too high. I would urge the Rent Guidelines Board to look at the consumer price index, look at the fact that no landlords have really applied or approved for hardships, and use this data to come up with a fair rent rollback. Thank you.
Eric Todman.
Is this thing on?
Yes.
All right. So I'm Eric Todman. Unlike some of the paid actors that are here today, I'm an actual guy. Hold on. I'm not a landlord, so don't get it twisted. I actually worked with landlords because my dream in being in America here, right, being a firstborn Haitian immigrant, I learn from these guys, and I work with them in hopes of aspiring to own a property myself. But no, you can say boo all you want. I think the problem in this room is a lack of knowledge, right? Most of these people in here who are yelling these things, one, have never done any type of owning of any property, right? They don't know any basic forms of math to actually understand how to understand, right? So a lot of these people in here, listen, it's okay. Do you own a property? Okay, see, that's the issue here. None of these people have ever been in a position. I like to thank the people here who take the time to teach me about owning a building, right? I've been with them for the last year to 6 months. And I honestly, because of them, I would never want to own a property here in New York, right? Now, I wouldn't be a slumlord. Do you own a property? Do you own a property? He cannot answer the question. Most of the people here are paid actors.
Everyone will have their time.
No. Listen, it's simple. If you own a property, raise your hand. You own a property? One out of how many? That's the issue here. And before I leave, I'd just like to say that man, Humberto Lopes, is having something called Landlord for the Day. So if you feel like you can do a better job, come holler at us. We'll give you one of his 100 buildings, and we'll see what you do with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Daniel Pecoraro.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the board. My name is Daniel Pecoraro. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. I've been a tenant in the building since 2017, a rent-stabilized tenant the last dozen years. I'm here to call the Rent Guidelines Board to vote for a rent freeze on 1- and 2-year leases. Being in a rent-stabilized apartment has allowed me and my spouse to remain in this city, the city where I was born and raised in, the city my spouse came to for college and career. I'm in the nonprofit field, my spouse is in publishing, both of which have homes in New York, and neither of which is particularly lucrative. Without the lifeline of a stabilized rent, which has kept our rent under 30% of our monthly income, I don't know if we'd be able to call this city in our neighborhood home, caught between a high threshold for co-ops and the high cost of market rate rent. Surprisingly, with the conversation behind me to my left, there hasn't been a lot in terms of the top line stats, which I'm sure you're aware of. Landlord profits up 30% the past 3 years, even with those who over-leveraged pre-2019. Rents up 12% the last 4 years. Meanwhile, by contrast, my take-home pay has gone up 6% in that time. You know, and you don't even have to listen just to me. I mean, I was reading Crane's New York Business. Yes, I'm a tenant who reads Crane's New York Business. I don't know what to tell you. Noting that Moody's, the rating agency, the scourge of the left, Moody's, saying that the impact of a rent freeze would be limited. To the landlords who are here pre-2019 who over-leveraged, yeah, you made a bad bet. Made a bad bet. There's no shame in that. But the issue is, why do we have to be the ones to bail you out of that bad bet? If there's concern in terms of being over-leveraged, you could work a job like every other working stiff here in this room who's a tenant. In conclusion, bottom line here, this rent freeze is not a radical shift. We've seen it before, and it's a market correction to make sure we can all stay in the place we call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy Nelson, then Angeliki Cintrone, and then Edward Klein.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, tenants, landlords, everyone. My mom always taught me that if you're going to state a problem and complain, you should also come with a solution. So that's what I come with today, in the hopes that we can somehow resolve some of this fury that we all have. I firmly believe that there are good landlords and good tenants, and really bad landlords and bad tenants. And I feel like the good ones should embrace each other and figure this out and somehow govern the bad ones. So we've heard some stories tonight about slumlords, about bad landlords. I want to share some stories with you about tenants. tenants who, after you've spent $10,000 to renovate a unit and welcome a new person, they come in and trash the unit. Tenants who come in and feel they don't need to pay. They just simply are entitled to a free place to live. A tenant who comes in and doesn't pay, in a recent situation I experienced, a tenant who comes in and doesn't pay beats his girlfriend to a pulp every day, and when you try to evict him, feels it's okay. When you try to evict him, feels it's okay to put his hands on you. Let me leave you with that. Let me talk about my good tenants. Tenants who have lived there for 10, 15 years, who take communal responsibility for the building, and we help each other, and we work together, and their rents are not raised. So my point here today is, if there are solutions that can benefit the good landlords and the good tenants who love this city and want to maintain really high-quality housing stock, how can we do that, and what can the city provide? Can they provide capital, as some of the landlords have suggested?
You will have your time. The board needs to be able to hear the testimony. Continue.
Whether it's capital that's gained from the property taxes that we pay that can go out to small and medium-sized landlords to help them maintain their properties, rezoning, or the allowance for different uses, mixed uses of our properties, maybe that's a solution.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Angeliki Cintrone. And after we'll have Edward Klein and Christopher Licamelli. Please make your way towards the microphones.
My name is Angeliki Cintrone, and I'm a teacher and organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and a member of the 1834 Caton Tenants Union, which is a rent-stabilized building in Flatbush. I've heard a lot of logical fallacies coming from the landlords today. Even though we live in a city where the median tenant is rent-burdened, which means they spend over 30% of their income on rent, landlords every year still argue that they're the ones being bled dry, that we as tenants need to pay more to cover their bills. But what landlords treat as a business is our livelihoods. I pay 43% of my paycheck on rent, and where does that money go? I can tell you in my building, it's not going towards replacing the faulty boiler that leaves us with chronic water shutoffs every winter. It's not going towards consistent pest control. It's not going towards repairing the elevators, which are constantly broken down. In fact, my landlord is being fined on a daily basis because he refuses to build ramps in our lobby to help people get to the elevator. I have neighbors who wanted to be here today but couldn't because of how difficult it is for them to leave the building. But rather than make the repairs and fix the problem, our landlord is satisfied hemorrhaging money through fines. It's clear to me that these issues were never about not having the money. It's about patterns of calculated landlord neglect intended to force tenants out of their apartments. Okay, now I want to talk to you people. It's incredible that a rent freeze is actually on the table, which is a possibility that only happened because of decades and decades of tenant organizing. But we have to go even further than that and demand a rent rollback. We have to understand that the system is fundamentally skewed in favor of landlords, and it must be replaced. Each year, we're expected to come here and beg and share sob stories in front of this unelected board. They claim they take our testimonies into account, but there are no formal systems of accountability to the public. I want us to dream bigger than this. We deserve as tenants to be the ones democratically determining the status of our rents. We deserve a world where housing isn't even a commodity that can be used to generate profit, but is a human right guaranteed to each person.
Thank you.
And I hope you'll join me in fighting for that world.
And before Edward starts, we appreciate everybody coming, and we want to hear everyone's testimony. We cannot hear the testimonies when there's a lot of back and forth, so I would just ask that everybody please respect that everyone came out tonight to be heard. Thank you. Edward Klein, followed by Christopher Licamelli, followed by Renee Collymore. Please make your way toward the mics.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, learned members of the board. My name is Edward Klein. I have my own law firm in New York City for the past 36 years, employing 25 members of our society. I've also been a landlord for the last 36 years, employing another 20 people in various roles. I want to summarize today some of the city's unfunded mandates, getting to the economics of it, and the fact that landlords are forced to pay this each year without any recompense. Local, I practice law also, by the way. Thank you. Would like the extra time. Cannot speak over this. Cannot speak over
Please
this.
continue.
Cannot speak over this.
Please continue.
Thank you. Local law 11, the facade law. You must repair your facade every 5 years if your building is in excess of 6 stories. Nobody gets paid anything for that. Local law 97, you're all familiar with that. It's brand new. Environmental law, you must retrofit your buildings. You've got to meet the zero. I call for extra time. It's not how humans treat each other. Forgive me. Simply not. With the zero carbon emissions policy of New York City, that has to be met by 1940.
We need to hear every testimony.
Thank you. Lead paint. Landlords must eliminate the lead paint as well in every apartment with children, under 6 and other units as well. No money is paid for that. Backflow preventer. Landlords must install a $15,000 backflow preventer in every building. No representation, nothing back on that either. Bed bug infestation. The tenant comes in with bed bugs. The landlord has to remove that as well. Air conditioning. This is a big one, ladies and gentlemen. This doozy was just added 3 months ago by the city council. Every single tenant is entitled to free air conditioning in his house, in his apartment. Yeah, maybe we should have free hair shampoo and hair service as well.
Thank you for your testimony.
Every tenant, ma'am, with all due respect, a minute was taken away. With all due respect, I'm entitled to the extra time. Really.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah. Real estate taxes, insurance, water and sewer bills, fuel costs, they all go up.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
With all due respect, that is not courteous, ma'am. Half the time was spent with hearing this. We're entitled to be heard as well. It's wonderful, wonderful to give one side the opportunity to chant, and they're very happy to hear it, but we have to be given the opportunity to speak as well also.
Thank you for your testimony.
When I get 40 seconds instead of 2 minutes, that's disrespectful, ma'am. Total disrespect, ma'am.
Thank you for your testimony. We have to move on.
Yeah, I'm glad you have to move on. Just wanted you to get... Happy to hear it, ma'am. Happy to hear it, but I'm entitled to...
Thank you. We have to move to the next testimony now. Thank you. Christopher Licamelli.
My name is Christopher. I am from the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I am also a tenant eviction defense attorney for a legal services organization here in the city. A rent freeze would not be possible without New York City's tenant organized movement. If we win an end to rent hikes, it will only be because of years of struggle by tireless tenants and organizers. The RGB is an unelected body whose only purpose is to protect the lords of the land's bottom line. Decades of data from the RGB's own self-analysis indicate that we have overestimated the lords of the land's expenses by 1% annually. Because rent hikes compound, this is not a small error. It is a permanent, multi-billion-dollar theft of wealth from tenants to these leeches on our society. The board has the authority to implement a rollback. They know a rollback is overdue, and yet it has never happened. Year after year, the working class folks who make New York City run flock to these hearings, but we have a right to determine the cost of the city we love and sustain. But we have no real power. We are forced to testify about poor living conditions in front of an unelected board that has voted for outrageous rent hikes for decades. It is time that we fight for strict income-based rent caps, that we repair our public housing after decades of neglect, and that we build new public housing. We are told that if we have issues, to bring them to housing court. But if you've ever been there, you know that the judges is elected by a majority advisory council that is pro-landlord, that appointed by a pro-landlord chief judge to uphold laws written by the lords of the land. There is no real justice in New York City Housing Court. The system is designed and working exactly as it is supposed to.
Thank you for your testimony.
I have a client that is 82 years old that has over 300 mice in his apartment for 12 years.
Thank you for your testimony.
Clients that live with mice
We have
for
to move to the next
23
testimony.
years. 68% of my clients live with roaches and mice.
Thank you for your testimony. Folks, we're going to take a moment to reset, and I'm going to re-go over the rules that we went over at the top because I know a lot of folks are here and just got here. Thank you for your testimony. We know a lot of you are here, and we want to hear from as many of you as possible in the allotted time. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. We really cannot hear up here as the board members when there's a lot of speaking. So we ask that you would please be respectful of everyone who came to speak tonight and allow us to hear, because we want to hear from as many people as possible in your allotted 2 minutes. Thank you. And now we'll have the translation.
Queremos asegurarnos, damas y caballeros, que podamos escuchar a todas las personas que vinieron a presentar esta noche a dar su testimonio y no podemos escuchar a las personas. Por favor, permítanos escuchar a todo el mundo. Vino mucha gente hoy acá para declarar. Por favor, démosle las oportunidades para que puedan hacer eso. Gracias.
Thank you. So I will now welcome Renee Collymore, followed by Judy Martinson, followed by John Sevdas, followed by Jeremy Kaplan. Please make your way towards the mics if I called your name.
Good evening, thank you. I am Renee Collymore. I'm so glad to be here. And thank you to all of you tenants and landlords alike. My mother came from King Street, South Carolina, and she had a 6th grade education, and she worked and lived on her family's farm. My father is an immigrant from the British West Indies, and he came here to make a better life. They met, they got married, and they were able to rub 2 pennies together to buy a brownstone home in Brooklyn. At the time, I think it was for $6,000. And when I tell you, when I look over and I see people like this crew right here, and when you say and tell us to sell our homes as a black family, you don't know how hard it is. Somebody got a problem with that? Yes, that's right. Now, see, so when you boo the Crown Heights Tenants Union, I've stood with you many times, fighting for people's homes, fighting against landlords, because in my house, we were taught to make sure that you take care of the tenants. More than your own, we take care of our tenants. So some of you over there have even been to my house, eating dinner in my house. So don't even try to, to act like, all of that. So I'm here to say, because see, so when you tell a black family, just sell it. Just sell it. No, excuse me, sir, Mr. Privilege. Let me explain something to you. When my mother and my father came here, they weren't even given. The banks were not giving black people's loans. I was not as fortunate as some of you sitting in this room. My mother had to scrub the toilet bowls of people like you, Mr. Crown Heights Tenant Union. My mother had to make sure that she had to cook for people like you, just so that she could make $25
Thank you for your testimony.
an hour, $25 a week.
Thank you for your testimony.
So let me explain something to you. So when you talk that type of talk, that's a lot of racism when you say sell our homes as a black family.
Thank you for your testimony, Renee. We have to move to the next testimony.
If I sell my house, there are people who will not have a place.
Judy Martinson.
Hello? Hi, my
is young. I'm born and raised in New York City. And I am here because I love my city. Okay? I love all the different people. I love the different neighborhoods, the different languages, the different nationalities. I live in a rent-stabilized building. My landlord is a bad landlord. He is number 47 on the 100 worst landlords list, which means he's in the top 50. Okay? He has had the building taken from him and put in receivership twice. He filed for bankruptcy and let our building, we have no super. We have squatters down there. We have a tenant doing the garbage because of the rats outside, the mice inside. We have either cockroaches or water bugs, depending on the season. They don't cohabitate. I am born and raised in New York. I can't move. I can't afford it. I am disabled. I'm not in rent stabilization because I take things for granted. I'm born here and I'm 63. Okay? I'm not out for a free ride. But if you continue to raise the rent like Adams did in the last 4 years, and my building has become a nightmare. This past winter was cold. Remember when the ice froze and would melt? We had no heat.
Thank you for your testimony.
We have seniors on fixed income. We have children with disabilities and learning. We have single mothers.
Thank you.
We have all different races, creeds, colors.
Thank you for your testimony.
Together. I'm not anti-landlord, although I don't think it's a job.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. As we move to the next testimonies, I would ask if everyone could please direct your testimony to the board. And when you finish with your testimony, please make your way back to your seat.
A medida que digamos los próximos nombres, les
Next.
pedimos por favor que dirijan su testimonio a la junta y después vuelvan a su asiento.
Next, we'll have John Cebedos, Jeremy Kaplan, and Assemblyman Lester Chang. John Sevdos, Jeremy Kaplan, and Assemblyman Lester Chang, in that order.
Now? Hello, my name is John Sevdos. My family and I immigrated here when I was 3 years old. We are not people of... Thank you. We are not people of large means. We only own one rent-stabilized building in Brooklyn. At the time, we were able to make money and make a reasonable living. Since 2019, HSTPA laws, we have been devastated. It is extremely hard to raise the rents and turn a profit. While some in the crowd may revel in hearing that, stop and think. If we can't cover our expenses, who gets hurt? Both the tenants and the landlords, because we need money for maintenance and upkeep. I also suffered in this past brutal winter with several frozen and busted pipes, causing thousands of dollars in damages. The mayor has promised a rent freeze when the board is supposed to be independent, but not a freeze on property taxes, a freeze on water, or a freeze on the lunatics in this crowd. Thank you.
Jeremy Kaplan, followed by Assemblyman Lester Chang.
So, I'm a rent stabilized tenant for about 15 years. I've gone to a number of these hearings, and I have to say that this is the worst one that I've seen. The fact that you let tenants were standing outside, I was outside for at least an hour. There was elderly tenants waiting outside for over an hour. I almost saw someone faint. And then I see all these landlords, wow, they showed up for the first time. I've been to so many ones. And guess what? 30 landlords showed up, and again, 150 tenants showed up. But there's hundreds of more people outside that you kept waiting outside. It's a disgrace. This mayor is supposed to be a tenant-led mayor. This board is supposed to rectify the situation of the years and years. The Rent Guidelines Board, how was it created? By landlords. Why do you think they have the same representation as tenants? Tenants are 2 million people. Landlords are a few thousand people. Why is the interest of a few thousand people more important than 2 million people? If this was a representational body, and this is what Zoran needs to do, this is what we need to really ask for, is a rent rollback first, and also, at the bare minimum, it was a disgrace for them to play this theatrics around even talking about a rent increase. Because Zoran had never mentioned anything about that at all. Many of these people who voted for him were rent-stabilized tenants. And guess what? Landlords oppose this administration and oppose this administration right now, currently. And what I find so fascinating is we're still dealing with these false equivalencies of their profit interest is more important than 2 million people's homes. It's not the case at all. So I'm tired of seeing the stats again and again and again, hearing about their profits. Everybody knows their profits are great. Everybody knows that New York real estate makes a shit ton of money. So let's not pretend that they bring out a handful of starving landlords.
Thank you for your testimony.
But at the end of the day, most of these people are corporate landlords like my landlord. My landlord was on the worst landlord list.
Thank you for your testimony. Assemblyman Lester Chang. Assemblyman Chang.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm Assemblyman Lester Chang. I represent South Brooklyn. Please calm down, folks. Let everybody have a chance to talk. I've been a lifelong tenant. I never owned a home. Never have. I'm a senior. But also, I represent both sides. I have to thank the board, all of you sitting in here. It's a very tough job. I have to thank you very much at the bottom of my heart, sitting here and listening to both sides, for both sides of the aisle. So what I really want to propose is fairness on both sides. Because we need landlords, we need tenants, because tenants support the landlord. Landlord also invest in building their houses. Now, it's not in reality, you can't have raises, and also at the same time, there's costs also involved too. Just 2 days ago, the Water Commission Board have increased for 6% for water. And last year was about less than 3.5%. So those costs has to be borne. At the same time, I understand the tenant, like myself, I've been a lifelong tenant, never owned a home. I know what it's like to rent. And I also, at one point, I didn't have any money. But there's a balance on that. And I'd thank the board to think about fairness on both sides, whatever decision you make. And I hope you just look at both sides of the issue, both landlord with their operating costs and a tenant need to have stable rental. And I'd thank you again. That's all I have to say, and thank you for listening to my time. Thank you for all, especially for all of you here. We need balance. We need fairness on both sides. Really, we need. Because you can't have one or the other. You can't have one. So think about this, folks. We are not enemies. We have to live together as a New Yorker, we need both sides. But thank you again, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next names I will call up are Ying Chan, Brad Lander, and Elisa Jastremski. And again, I ask that you please direct your testimony towards the board and then make your way to your seat when you're finished. So Ying Chan, Brad Lander, and Elisa Jastremski, please make your way toward the mic.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ying Chen. My family owns a rent-stabilized building, 12 unit. Last few years, it's been very difficult to keep up with the expenses. The property tax went up, insurance went up, the maintenance went up a lot because it's a very old building. I do work. I work more than 40 hours a week. I work a lot more than you, I'm sure. There are times, there are months that we couldn't keep up with the expenses. My brothers and I work extra hours to help my parents to pay for the expenses. And I'm really upset that people here are telling me to get another job. I already have a job. You want to buy it? You want to buy a rent-stabilized building that no one is buying? My tenants are not buying. That's why they are tenants. I'm going to ask the esteemed members of the board, please, if you're not going to increase a reasonable rent to help with the housing providers, please consider two different categories of people. The small landlords, they are struggling.
Thank you for your testimony.
There are programs for tenants, but no program for the landlords.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll have Brad Lander, then Elisa Jastremski.
Good evening, Chair Mitchell and members of the Rent Guidelines Board. Thank you for your service, and thanks to everyone who came out tonight. Your voice matters. I'm Brad Lander. I'm a candidate for Congress. I'm former New York City Controller and Council member. And I'm here tonight because the board's decision matters enormously to the 2.4 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized housing. As former controller, my job was to look at the data, and I want to tell you the data this year points clearly toward a rent freeze. The 2026 income and expense study found that net operating income rose 6.2% from 23 to 24 for buildings with at least one rent-stabilized unit, and the share of buildings classified as distressed fell, despite the shouts tonight. Real estate in New York is good business. This is not a sector in crisis. On the other hand, median renter income grew by just 1.8%, adjusted for inflation, and more than half of renter households are rent burdened. 2/3 of low-income rent-stabilized tenants cannot make ends meet or just get by. Meanwhile, over the past several years, rents in stabilized buildings have risen nearly 9%. Tenants have absorbed increase after increase. Mayor Mamdani ran on a rent freeze, and I was proud to support it as well. The board now has the opportunity, and I believe the obligation, to deliver it. For the small percentage of buildings facing genuine distress, The new block-by-block plan includes valuable new preservation tools, lower property taxes on rental housing, expanding J51, lowering the cost of insurance. That's the right approach, not a broad brush stroke that raises taxes on desperate tenants. I will leave you with this short poem.
Thank you for your testimony.
Listen to the poem. Our mayor Muslim, our rent freeze soon. Nixon 5, a damn good June.
Thank you for your
Thank
testimony.
you very much. Appreciate you all. Have a good night.
Elisa Jastrzemski. We need to hear every testimony. Elisa Jastrzemski, followed by Matthew Gugliotta.
My name is Elisa Jastrzemski. I'm an attorney who formerly represented clients in eviction proceedings in Manhattan. I want to begin by giving the board some facts. In 2020, Just Fix, a nonprofit that provides free digital tools to help tenants, released a report finding that larger landlords were significantly more likely to own rent-regulated buildings. The data further showed that corporate owners were listed for 89% of units in New York City's buildings registered with HPD. With that context in mind, I want to share some more facts about my own experience in housing court. Over my years in housing, representing nearly 100 clients, I only had one case in which a landlord was not some form of business entity. I also want to bring up, I wasn't going to bring this up, but my parents are small landlords, and it is a significant burden for them. But you know what? They choose to do that, and they could sell their property anytime they want for a profit. Now for my clients that I represented. 100% of them were individuals, and 100% of them were one crisis away from facing eviction. The stories of how they ended up in housing court were different, but not unique. Job loss, funeral costs, a health crisis, a single working mother trying to pay rent on one income. No one should be one emergency away from becoming homeless. I'm not asking you to solve the housing crisis today, but I want you to prevent it from becoming worse. Lower rent means more affordability. The landlords are not the heroes in this story. The people of New York are. This is not just a rent issue. There is a huge wealth disparity issue in this country. What side of history do you want to be on? Do you want to help the wealthy become richer? Or do you want to keep working New Yorkers in their homes? Do you want to keep children in their households? Do you want to let seniors age
Thank you
with
for your
dignity?
testimony.
Do you want to do what's right? Put people over profit.
Thank you for your testimony. Matthew Gugliotta.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and the board. Thank you for having me. I am the son and grandson of immigrants. I'm born and raised in Brooklyn, Park Slope, South Slope. And my grandfather first bought this rent-stabilized building over 40 years ago. We live in the same building. Most of my family has lived there. And we want to keep our building. And the tenants that live in our building appreciate the types of landlords that we are. But the fact of the matter is that the affordability crisis is affecting us all. All things are up: taxes, gas, utilities, water. And in order for us to maintain a building, we need to have some sort of an increase, 1%, 2%, modest increase. But I implore the board to put aside politics and look at the data and actually make a reasonable decision that both tenants and landlords can live with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will have Tinny Kua Williams, Sophia Hefesto, Matthew Zemanek, and Gregory Sugranis.
Good evening. My name is Tanika Williams, and I am a Brooklyn resident living in a rent-stabilized housing lottery apartment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight in front of the board. Affordable housing is not an abstract policy for me. It is my home, my stability, and the foundation that allows me to keep serving my community. In addition to working full-time in public service, I also take on advising work to earn extra income, and I still worry about being priced out of the city I serve. I am also the head of my household, and my 2 young adult children still live with me as they work towards stability of their own. This year, my 2-year lease renewal increased by 4.5%, raising my rate by more than $120 per month. That increase comes on top of rising costs for utilities, groceries, transportation, and other basic necessities. Housing lottery and rent-stabilized apartments were created to provide long-term affordability and stability. But when rents continue to rise year after year, that stability begins to erode. I recently completed my master's degree while working full-time. Stable housing played an important role in making that achievement possible. I know I am not the only New Yorker whose opportunities and future depend on being able to remain affordably housed. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to adopt the lowest possible increase or a rent freeze for lease renewals this year. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sophia Hefesto. Is Sophia here?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sophia Hefesto. I'm a native New Yorker, born, raised, educated, and living here. I also work in the private sector, and I and my family self-manage several fully rent-stabilized pre-war Bronx buildings that have been family-owned and operated for over 40 years. We draw no salary and no dividends. These buildings operate at a loss, and at 0% increase would make this housing impossible to sustain. Take one building in Tremont, 21 units, fully stabilized, built in 1924. We are legally entitled to about $29,139 a month. But in this low-income market, we actually collect closer to $23,000, roughly $285,000 a year. I already have a job. Additionally, our 2025 operating costs exceeded $345,000. We are operating at a net loss of nearly $60,000 this year alone, and it's not an outlier. Even excluding our mortgage, net operating income is negative. The Bronx showed a negative NOI as the data that your team reviewed. Our costs are fixed and rising. Property taxes alone are nearly $50,000, over 17% of every dollar we actually collect, on a building the city barely has valued at what it is today. They're not going down. Heating bills are over $46,000 set by Con Ed. Insurance, some of our most economically vulnerable New Yorkers are in the Bronx. Umbrella insurance coverage is no longer financially possible. We cannot negotiate any of these costs. We can't pass them through as our rent increases are capped and there are no market rate apartments to offset these costs. On top of this, tenants for our properties owe us over $88,000 in unpaid rent with no remedy in backlogged housing court. New York City mandates the FAIR Act, lead testing, the 2030 air conditioning rule, facade inspections, new stove installation laws.
Thank you for your testimony.
More. No carve-outs. A rent freeze is unwarranted. These buildings need money. We cannot keep doing this.
Thank you for your testimony. Matthew Zemanek, followed by Gregory Sugranis and Sarah Lazur.
Good evening, everyone from the Rent Board and my dear neighbors in Brooklyn, especially fellow tenants. I'd like to address the Rent Board very briefly that there was a heat emergency this evening that the National Weather Service called in multiple days in advance, and there was a lack of mitigation to the severe health hazard that heat is. Heat is the #1 health hazard of climate risk, and we deserved better than waiting out in a heat emergency tonight. I asked for not just a rent freeze, but a rent rollback because we have paid far too much. In my rent-stabilized building in Flatbush,
We've had 5 days this winter without heat. We've had 6 weeks.
Pause. Pause the call.
We've had 6 weeks.
Hold on, just
with a broken
just one
front
second.
door that was left unopened, unlocked, and HPD took 2 months to come to us. We've seen rent increases and a reduction in services these last 3 years, and the most remedial action that this board can give us is not just a rent freeze, but a rent rollback. Housing is a human right. Every Abrahamic tradition faces this, and I've never had to give emergency housing aid or food aid to a landlord. Not once in my 8 years of ordained ministry have I ever had to give emergency housing assistance or food to a landlord. Those are the facts of my experience. St. Basil of Caesarea, great saint of 300 AD, once said, if I have 2 cloaks and my neighbor has none, I have robbed from my neighbor. And I tell the landlords, if you have 12 units and there are people dying on the street, you have robbed those people of housing. Housing is a human right. Rectify the situation. Make good on the commitments you made. Rent rollback now, rent rollback forever until we are all housed. In Jesus' name.
Gregory Sugranis.
My name is Gregory Chagranis, and I'm born and raised in the Bronx. We left the South Bronx because it was burning. I've spent 20 years as a real estate broker making tenants into homeowners. I've also managed affordable housing units in the South Bronx as a chairman of a not-for-profit. I think I've seen both sides. Now, we can sit here and argue amongst tenants and landlords, but I think we're talking about what's the solution. But history, what happened when the Bronx were burning in the Bronx? Can I finish? Can I have a little bit of respect? What they did was they came up with tax incentives through the DEM program and other programs like that so the buildings could be financially viable. Why can't we do that today? We talk about affordable housing. I could talk about some more of my experience where I represent affordable housing landlords for ownership. But what's the secret to affordable housing today with the programs? They give you 40 years of a tax abatement passed on to the tenant. So here, we're talking about taxing the landowners to death, making you angry at the landlords because they can't fix their buildings, and the end result is going to be both of you are going to lose out. They're going to lose their buildings. Can I finish? They're going to lose their buildings. You're going to live in squalor, and in the end, the not-for-profits are going to buy your buildings backed by hedge funds, and the small building owner is going to get crushed. So, as elected officials, not as elected officials, you know what? You need to relax because you know nothing.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. But
thank you for your testimony.
There is distress in the rent stabilization. Increase, you will be responsible for the distress.
Thank you for your testimony. Sarah Lazur, followed by Irene Guanil and Marianne Hunkin. And again, we please ask that you address the board with your testimony.
Hi there. My name is Sarah Lazar, and I live on St. Mark's Avenue in Brooklyn, and I am also a member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union. Woo! And I'm arguing for a rent rollback, please. Like thousands of New Yorkers, I am rent burdened. My rent is a little more than one paycheck, and I get paid every 2 weeks, so my landlord currently receives about half of my take-home pay. I have a steady job, and I do get salary increases, but for the love of God, the increases imposed on us by the Adams administration's RGB have been so big that my income never stands a chance to catch up. This rent burden means that I'm unable to save for retirement, reduce student debt, or otherwise build a freaking future. I still count myself as one of the lucky people here because at least I'm not yet at the brink of homelessness. Our whole lives have taken a roll back over the last, I don't know how many years, and it's only fair that for the rent to roll back to compensate for the hardships that previous administrations have placed on middle class, working class, and poor New Yorkers alike. Rent-stabilized tenants do not have assets to refinance or sell off when catastrophe hits. And for decades, we have been enriching landlords, the vast majority of whom have multiple properties, giving them continuous profits even in times of economic crisis. As a member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union, I've seen dozens of rent histories, actually more now, but and they show how the system has already been stacked against us. Our rents are already inflated, not only because of past RGB votes, but also because landlords harassed countless previous tenants out of their homes, racking up 20% vacancy bonuses from 1993 until 2019, right? And even eventually deregulating half my neighborhood, 300,000 units in New York City total, right? Lastly, many landlords in Crown Heights took out large mortgages on their buildings based on a business model of mass displacement and deregulation. Upon buying my building, my
Thank you
landlord
for your testimony.
immediately took out a mortgage for double the purchase price.
Thank you for your testimony.
We are not here, you're not here to bail out their poor financial choices. You're here to make things fair, and a 12% rollback would be fair to me. Thank you.
Irene Guanil, followed by Marianne Hunkin, followed by Jonathan Capuchano. And please address the board with your testimony. Thank you.
I believe we should freeze the rent. I believe we should freeze the rent. In addition to that, you will also freeze property taxes, insurance, and everything associated with keeping that property warm. The boilers, the heating system, everything included, the water bills. Where are the landlords supposed to pay for that if we freeze rent? But this is the problem. It's not about landlords and tenants. The vouchers themselves are overpriced, and working people cannot afford to compete with the vouchers. So that needs to be looked at. It's not about landlords versus tenants, because they've always had a good relationship, and all the tenants that I have a good relationship with. Whether it's a profit or not doesn't matter, because that's one person's way of doing their bills versus another. Everyone uses money differently. What one would want to pay all the Jets clothing or the Knicks tickets, nobody's going to tell you to do that. If you want to go shopping at Starbucks, that's your prerogative. But when you come at landlords versus tenants, who should have a cooperative relationship and not look at what the legislation has done, we have other issues. So I encourage you to look at the legislation. I encourage you to lower the vouchers so that those vouchers are competitive with what working people can afford. And then we can have a conversation.
Thank you. Marianne Hunkin.
Hi, my name is Marianne Hunkin, and I am here to call for a rent freeze. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment at 31 Ocean Parkway. My partner and I are both educators in this city. For the last decade, my partner has been an elementary special educator in our neighborhood school. Currently, we are at the top end of our budget. With a lease renewal at 3%, we won't be able to afford our rent in a year, maybe two tops. We are two people who are teachers, we are city employees, and we cannot afford our rents. Additionally, we'd like to start a family, and we're having difficult conversations about whether or not we can stay in our neighborhood or start a family, even without a rent increase. As two people who work full-time, this is criminal. We love our neighbors and our community, and we'd like to start a family, stay in our home, and continue to work in our community and for the city. If rent continues to increase at the rate set, this will not be possible. I ask you to consider a rent freeze while the city government figures out how to make this city more affordable for all New Yorkers. All New Yorkers deserve homes that they can afford, and the current housing situation in the city is shameful. There is no reason anyone in this city should be living without a home. It is a human-made problem that you can fix. I am asking you to use your power to make housing affordable and accessible for everyone. Housing is a human right, and it is every single person on that board's responsibility to make that happen.
Thank you. Jonathan Capuchano. Is Jonathan here? Everyone, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We have lots more testimonies to get through. We will restart in 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
I don't know what attended. I'm not sure. I mean, it's the, I don't, like, it's one more than the other. I'm not sure whether security would probably, leave it up to security. I can't step in and say. Yeah, no, I'm just asking you to think. Because you're the boss here.
see everybody with their rent freeze, rent freeze. Oh.
All right, thank everyone for their patience. We are about to get restarted. I'll take a moment to remind everyone you will have 2 minutes to speak. We ask that you direct your testimony towards the board and then return to your seats. Thank you all.
Muchísimas gracias por su paciencia. Les recordamos las reglas. Todo el mundo tendrá 2 minutos para dar su declaración. Y por favor, cuando haga su discurso, mire directamente a la Junta. Les pedimos que por favor tomen sus asientos para que podamos retomar las declaraciones. Gracias.
Thank you. Jonathan Capuchano, followed by Saba Abbas, followed by Greg Bronner.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Capuchano. I was here about a year ago, well, not in this building, but another one for a landlord tenant meeting. Some of you know me as the homeless bus operator. It took me almost 2 years to kick some squatters out that took over my property and destroyed it. I would like to ask the rent regulation, your timer's not on, by the way.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not gonna be dishonest here. I would like to know what we can do about, helping out tenants by actually kicking out squatters, because I had squatters in my property that were destroying it and scaring the living daylights out of people that were disabled. We don't have any, we're talking about tenant protection rights here, but we don't talk about the people that are actually the problem, which people are stealing properties, stealing apartments that don't belong in them. And so now, I'm not stealing your wage, but the squatters that are coming into the property, they're scaring the living daylights out of people that are my tenants who are disabled. So when my insurance goes up because they destroyed the property, I don't want to raise their rents. I didn't raise rents on my tenants for almost 10 years. I just said I worked for the MTA. I was literally sitting right in front of you earlier. So I was wondering if the Rent Guidelines Board is actually going to address that problem. So we know our good tenants that are here who actually are paying rent, who are struggling, their rents are not going to go up. I get tax breaks for putting in solar panels so my parents don't pay electricity. I actually haven't tried that, but I'm going to now. So I haven't, my point is that I'm trying not to raise rents because I have people that try to destroy properties. So now I can actually help people. I just said I want to help people, and you're actually saying not to.
Looking at mine.
My point is that we're trying, some of us that are small time, like me, I only have 3 properties. My dream was to actually help people that are disabled. I've been trying to help people on disability for a very long time, and I never hear the Rent Guidelines Board actually talk about this. I would love to hear you guys actually bring this up at one of your next meetings where you discuss what to do about the squatter situation and insurance rights, just so I can find some kind of measure to help more people. Thank you.
Thank you. Saba Abbas.
Yes, my name is Saba Abbas. I'm a tenant at 8609 Bay 16th Street. I'm living in this building since 2022. I'm representing Fifth Avenue community to address ongoing concern affecting tenants in our building and community. I'm requesting a rent freeze and improvement to the building condition because many tenants are struggling with raising housing costs while facing serious maintenance and safety issues. For a long time, tenants have reported problems including bedbugs and roaches in the buildings, requesting for repairs and maintenance. Many issues remain unresolved. Tenants deserve a clean, healthy, and safe living environment both inside the building and around the property. In addition, there are security concerns. The building has adequate security measures, including CCTV cameras, and my apartment door is not functioning properly. These are the conditions make residents feel unsafe. The increasing cost of rent, utility, and grocery has placed a financial burden on families. Family residents are unable to save money, meet needs, or provide opportunity for their children because as much of this income goes toward house expenses. Some people are struggling to find affordable apartments and remain in their community. I respectfully request the rent to be frozen and the landlord probably just maintain sanitation and security issue. Tenants deserve safe, stable, and affordable housing. Put freeze on every single thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Bronner.
Bronner. I own exactly one rent-stabilized apartment. It's a co-op unit. The rent is $1,600.33. The monthly maintenance is $1,879. There is no path to profitability for this unit. Beyond that, though, I have read the last 20 years of Rent Guideline Board publications, and I have noticed that the Rent Guideline Board has an impossible problem, which is that you're tasked with making sure that you preserve housing and at the same time trying to make it affordable. The issue that you have is that a large chunk of the housing has become much more disparate as new programs have been created. The pre-74 housing has a situation where a lot of it has no path to profitability except through raises from the RGB. Others will argue that 75% of the buildings with rent-stabilized housing can be profitable, but that's like saying that 75% of the kids in a preschool can live on 1,000 calories a day. It's true, but it's a rather solipsistic argument because preschoolers don't eat that much. There is no, should you guys continue a policy of below inflation increases, you put buildings from a spot where they can be replaced to a point where the landlords are essentially just running them off into the ground to a point where eventually they're just going to throw them back to the city. I live in a building that was one of those buildings before. I live in a building that the city used to own, and the city was forced to renovate it and sell it in the housing lottery. I would rather not see this happen again. So I am saying please give some rent increase because otherwise you're sending a terrible political message. Thank you.
Steve Flack. Steve, if you're here, please make your way toward the mic. Thank you. And then we'll have Angie Langdon, followed by Gianna Sansonetti.
Hey everybody, Steve Flack. Just for transparency's sake, I have no stake in this game. I live in a two-bedroom co-op with my girlfriend. I have the privilege of living there, but I have the privilege of time tonight to come and speak for my fellow New Yorkers who are overly rent burdened by all this nonsense from the landlords. Okay? I live in a great neighborhood, and recently there was a fire on my block, and 8 rent-stabilized units went up in flames. And the horror stories I hear from these tenants about the way they were treated by their landlord, and now they're out on the street. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The rents in New York are too damn high. I think we've learned that for many, many years, and got to freeze the rent. I think that's the only path out. And to all the landlords, talk about how hard it is to keep, like, do your renovations and keep the, all the fixes you need to do. Just ask the San Antonio Spurs for some of those bricks from last night. Knicks in 5.
Angie Langdon.
Hello, I'm Kristen Kiernan. I'm here speaking on behalf of Angie Langdon, who was forcefully removed by these very officers, along with a man who had been sexually harassing her all evening. He said to her that if he had a hit, he wouldn't know where to hit it. He said multiple, disgusting, degrading, sexist things to her, and the Rent Guidelines Board has a false equivalency between an abuser and the abused, and that's very much the exact situation that we are in as tenants. There is an illusion of democracy here, a false equivalency that this unelected board of bureaucrats get to decide exactly how much these landlords get to squeeze us dry. Over the last 30 years, they have overestimated how much it costs to keep landlords' income stable by 1%. This is a permanent, multi-billion-dollar transfer of wealth from us to them, and we are forced we live under. To beg while they have no accountability to us. So it's a shame. I'm not going to beg for a rent freeze. I'm not going to beg for a rent rollback. I am going to spend every single day for the rest of the year, for as long as it takes, to build the tenant power that we need. Housing is a human right. And I am tired of this false equivalency. I'm out.
Gianna Sansonetti.
My name is Jonna. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant and a member of New York City DSA's Tenant Organizing Working Group and a member of Tenant Union Flatbush. I'm a young person in New York City, and my rent-stabilized apartment is the only way I can affordably live here. Through organizing with my neighbors against A&E, which is the #1 and 2 worst landlord in the city, and working with tenants facing eviction every day for my day job, I know firsthand that higher rent means more working-class people being priced out and violently displaced from the communities they built. Landlords are now and not ever entitled to more profits, especially when there are so many rent-burdened tenants living in slum conditions. The very structure of the Rent Guidelines Board tells us that landlord interests are equal to tenant interests, that landlords are somehow the party in need of relief. This framing ignores the reality facing the city's 2.4 million tenants who live in constant fear of rent increases, eviction, and deteriorating conditions. If landlords are not satisfied with the conditions they are operating in, they are welcome to sell their properties. It is not our responsibility to finance property speculation and wealth accumulation. They are the ones who need us. We pay for their repairs through HPD and the taxpayer-funded subsidy programs that they benefit from. The obvious decision is that tenants deserve so much more, including a rent freeze. I demand a rent rollback because we cannot accept that our current conditions are just. After 3 consecutive years of rent hikes, 12% in total, tenants have not seen meaningful improvements in repairs, maintenance, or quality of life. A rollback is possible. We saw this in 2022 when the Rent Guidelines Board in Kingston, New York voted to reduce rents by 15%. Every day, we face the inherent maddening contradiction of being a tenant. We are the people who work day in and day out to make this city so incredible, yet we have no seat at the table when it comes to who's getting priced out, what types of apartments are being built, who they are for, and who gets to profit off the land and the streets that we cultivate and maintain, all while giving away our paychecks to landlords who do not meet basic needs.
Thank you
Here
for
at
your
the RGB,
testimony.
we do have a semblance of a seat at the table, and we are the supermajority who sought to fight tooth and nail to get what we are owed, a dignified and just life. I hope the board can see that our demands are that simple. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to do a quick time reminder since we're almost at 9:30. Just a reminder that if you do plan to testify, you must register with the folks up front with the staff at the table, and you can register until 10 p.m. So just a quick reminder, if you plan to testify, please make sure you're registered.
Aló, buenas tardes. Solo para recordarles que si quisieran hablar, ustedes tienen hasta las 10 de la noche para inscribirse con las muchachas que están en la mesa. Actualmente son las 9:30, entonces tienen media hora para inscribirse si quisieran hablar esta noche. Gracias.
Thank you. I will now call Jessica Lamb, then Denise Clay, Patricia Martinez, and Mercedes Salcedo. Please make your way towards the microphones.
Hi, my name is Jessica. I'm here as a member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union, DSA's Tenant Organizing Working Group. I am a public defender. Despite that, I'm also one of the half of tenants in this city who spend more than 30% of my income on rent. In fact, I spend 45%. I buy the cheapest groceries I can find. I have a chronic illness and I skip doctor's appointments during times when I'm not sure I can afford the bills. Meanwhile, I've had a broken fridge and freezer in my apartment from the day I moved in. My landlords are nowhere to be found. They do not respond to my repair requests. I don't have a super at all. My requests go ignored and my rent goes up. And that is why I'm here to demand a rent rollback. Per this board's own study, as you've already heard, the operating income for landlords went up this year, just as it has for the past 3 years, broadly for decades prior. They do not need your help, and we do. A rent increase will do nothing but force tenants to carry even more of the financial burden for our landlords, their investors, and their lenders. We pay the mortgages on homes we do not own if the owners pay them at all. We scrape together higher rent for maintenance costs while our ceilings cave in, our bathrooms grow mold, our heat doesn't work. We're shuffled from slumlord to slumlord as they cast speculative bets on their ability to make our homes even more unaffordable. And when they lose those bets, they stand before you asking permission to extract more from us because of their own greed. A rent freeze will not change the position of tenants. We're demanding a rent rollback because it's the only thing that will. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Clay.
I'm here as a tenant of a recently expired 421A building for middle-income tenants in South Slope. I am here on behalf of my tenant association to ask for a 0% increase or for you to please roll back the rent. Firefighters, public school teachers, social workers, nurses, nonprofit employees, public sector employees, retired folks who are on fixed incomes. These are the tenants who pay thousands of dollars each month into my building. Many have lived in the building for dozens of years, and I can assure you that we pay our rent every month on time. We, as tenants, keep up our end of the bargain. However, we are met with an owner and management company who chronically neglect the building, who have a history on the record of lying and deceiving tenants about their rent-stabilized status, harassing tenants, illegally asking for more money after leases have been signed. Our elevator has been out of service dozens of times in the last year, sometimes for weeks at a time. There are leaks, tens of thousands of dollars in violations. We often hear landlords say they need a rent increase so they can maintain their buildings. However, in buildings like mine, this is simply not the case. The owners of my building, and I'm sure many other tenants in here tonight as well, have worked actively to decrease their rent roll for years. Warehousing units, a dozen units at highest count, for years as they tried to run down the clock of the 421A. Even now that the 421A has expired, there's about a dozen units that sit empty. When apartments have gone on the market, the rent is far from affordable. Recently, a one-bedroom apartment in our rent-stabilized building was listed for $4,100 a month. The rent roll is not the issue in my building. Greed is the issue. Please do not repeat history by voting to give bad landlords like mine, who are unwilling to keep up their end of the bargain, a raise.
Thank you for your testimony.
I urge you to do the right thing. Freeze the rent.
Patricia Martinez, followed by Mercedes Salcedo and Josefina Nunez.
Okay. Mi nombre es Patricia Martínez. Vivo en Sunset Park, Brooklyn, Nueva York. Soy parte de Vecinos Ayudando a Vecinos y vivo en una vivienda de renta estabilizada.
My name is Patricia Martinez. I live in Sunset Park and I'm part of, señora, el nombre de su organización?
Vecinos Ayudando a Vecinos.
Neighbors Helping Neighbors.
Estoy aquí para decirles
and I'm here to tell you
que en cualquier aumento de alquiler tendrá un impacto muy negativo en mi economía y en mi vida diaria.
That any increase in rent will have a very negative impact on my economic situation and my daily life.
Soy madre soltera.
I'm a single mother.
Vivo con mi hijo con discapacidad.
I live with my son who is disabled.
Y además tengo que trabajar en 2 empleos para poder sostener nuestro hogar.
And on top of that, I have 2 jobs in order to sustain our daily life.
A pesar de todo mi esfuerzo, el dinero no alcanza.
And doesn't matter how much I work and all the effort I put in, the money's not enough.
Cada mes es una lucha para cubrir la renta, la comida, los gastos básicos y las necesidades de mi familia.
Every month it's a struggle to keep up with the rent, the food, the basic necessities, and just the everyday things that we have to do.
El edificio donde vivimos está sucio y tiene problemas que afectan nuestra calidad de vida.
The building where I live is dirty and it affects my daily life.
Muchas veces sentimos que nuestras condiciones no son dignas, aunque nosotros sí cumplimos con nuestra responsabilidad como inquilinos.
Many times we feel that condition, we do not live in like a dignified space, even though we comply with our responsibilities as tenants.
También he recibido cartas de la corte diciendo que supuestamente debo alquiler, pero eso no es cierto.
I have also received letters from court stating that I owe rent, but that is not true.
Porque siempre he pagado mi renta, esta situación me ha causado mucha angustia, preocupación y miedo. Me preocupa perder mi vivienda, especialmente teniendo un hijo con discapacidad.
So I am always paying my rent, I'm always on time, and this situation causes me anger, it causes me anguish, it causes me stress, anxiety, and I do not want to leave the home that I have lived in with, and especially with my disabled son.
Que necesita estabilidad, seguridad y un hogar donde pueda vivir tranquilo, mi hijo.
And my son needs a home that has stability, safety, and a place where he feels comfortable.
Por esta razón les pido con respeto y urgencia que congelen el alquiler.
And this is why, with all due respect, I am asking you to freeze the rent.
Las familias trabajadoras como la mía no podemos seguir cargando con aumentos que nos empujan más cerca del desalojo. Necesitamos estabilidad, necesitamos permanecer en nuestros hogares y necesitamos que nuestras voces sean escuchadas.
Working families like mine cannot take on these increases in rent that more and more push us to homelessness. We need stability, we need to stay in our homes, and we need for the rent to be frozen.
Nuestros caseros están usando nuestro alquiler para enriquecerse y pagar sus malas deudas.
Our landlords are using our rent to just get richer and to pay off their
Les
bad
pido
debts.
que congelen el alquiler.
I'm asking you to freeze the rent.
Thank you. Mercedes Salcedo, followed by Josefina Nunez, and then Jennifer Caraccio Maldonado.
Señora Salcedo. Oh, gracias, señora.
Buenas noches, presentes y a todos. Mi nombre es Mercedes Salcedo, vivo en el apartamento de renta estabilizada en Sunset Park, Brooklyn, New York. Soy miembro de Vecino Ayudando Vecinos.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Mercedes Salcedo. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment in Sunset Park, and I'm a member of Neighbors Helping Neighbors.
Esta tarde vengo ante ustedes para hablar de una situación muy difícil y dolorosa de entender. El edificio donde vivíamos sufrió un incendio en enero 13 de este año hasta la fecha. El casero no ha movido un solo dedo para hacer las reparaciones necesarias.
This evening, I come before you to speak about a situation that is very difficult and painful to understand. The building where we lived had a fire on January 13th, 2026, and to this day, the landlord has not lifted a finger to make the necessary repairs.
Como inquilinos nos organizamos y formamos una asociación de inquilinos, de la cual soy presidenta. Hoy, en nombre de nuestra asociación, junto a mi vecino, quiero pedirle claramente, congelen el alquiler.
As tenants, we organized and formed a tenants association, of which I am the president. Today, on behalf of our association and together with my neighbors, I want to clearly state, freeze the rent.
No es justo que se hable de aumentar el alquiler cuando hay caseros que no cumplen con las leyes, mantienen el edificio en condiciones dignas durante muchos años. Este casero no ha mantenido el edificio como corresponde. Ahora, después de un incendio, seguimos esperando reparaciones y justicia.
It's not fair to talk about increasing the rent when there are landlords who don't follow the law or maintain their buildings in dignified conditions. For many years, this landlord has failed to properly maintain the building, and now, after this fire, we're still waiting for repairs and justice.
Soy un ser humano, merezco vivir con dignidad, seguridad y respeto. Mis vecinos y yo estamos luchando solo por nosotros, sino por toda la familia trabajadora que necesita un hogar estable y condiciones decentes para vivir.
I'm a human being. I deserve to live with dignity, safety, and respect. My neighbors and I are fighting not only for ourselves, but for all working families who need a stable home and decent living conditions.
Nuestros caseros han descuidado nuestros hogares durante años, incluso cuando nos subieron los alquileres.
Sigue, señora.
Por eso les pido, congelen el alquiler, que sí lo necesitamos. Somos gente trabajadora que sí necesitamos un hogar digno para que ustedes nos ayuden. Gracias.
The landlords have neglected our homes for years, even when they raised our rents. That is why I'm asking you to freeze the rent now. All working families like mine, we deserve dignified conditions and a dignified space to live in. Thank you.
Josefina Nunez, followed by Jennifer Caraccio Maldonado and Courtney Takatz.
Hello, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Josefina Núñez y vivo en Sussex Park, Brooklyn, New York. Actualmente recibo el apoyo de vecinos ayudando a los vecinos.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Josefina Nunez, and I live in Sunset Park, and I'm also receiving support from Neighbors Helping Neighbors.
Estoy aquí para contarle lo que está pasando en mi apartamento y pedirles que congelen el alquiler.
I'm here to tell you with my apartment and ask you to please freeze the rent.
He vivido en mi apartamento por más de 20 años
I've been living in my apartment for more than 20 years now.
y ahora el dueño quiere aumentar la renta. Esta situación me preocupa mucho.
And now the owner wants to raise the rent. This situation is worrying me extensively.
Porque he estado buscando otros apartamentos durante meses, pero no me aceptan porque mi ingreso es bajo.
I've been looking for other apartments for months now, but I haven't been able to find one because my income is too low.
No es justo
And it's not fair
que una persona trabajadora y de bajos ingresos tenga que pagar una renta tan alta
that a
para,
working... Adelante, señora.
para poder tener un hogar.
It's unfair for a working person to have to pay so much rent when her income is not enough and she's looking for an apartment.
La renta está subiendo demasiado, hasta cantidad como de $3,100. Y eso es demasiado para una persona sola en ingresos limitados.
The rents are going up considerably, upwards of $3,100 for an apartment. And that's not fair when someone is living on a fixed income and not making enough of an income.
Esa situación me ha afectado negativamente y me causa mucha angustia. Solo quiero poder quedarme en mi hogar y vivir con tranquilidad y pagar la renta justa.
This situation is obviously causing a lot of anguish and stress in my life, and all I want to do is remain in my apartment and continue paying my rent and live a dignified life.
Por esta razón le pido que congelen el alquiler. Los inquilinos merecen tener dinero en sus bolsillos para mantener su hogar. Gracias por
And
su
for this
atención.
reason, I ask you to please freeze the rent. Tenants also deserve to have money left in their pockets so that they can also live out their lives. Thank you.
Jennifer Caraccio Maldonado.
I only need 2 minutes. Thank you. I strongly urge the Rent Guidelines Board to vote for a 0% increase in rent for 1- and 2-year leases. I'm a working mother of 2 who was born and raised in New York City. I'm also a professor at CUNY, a real job, a mother, a real job. I want to stay and raise my children here. However, the continued rent increases make it so that it's probably not possible. In the past 3 years, my landlord has raised my rent the maximum they can. my yearly raise does not cover the cost of rent increases, the soaring grocery bills, and childcare expenses. We paid more in rent, yet we dealt with repeated interruptions in heat and hot water and mice infestation. When my youngest son was a week old, the heat went out in December. We had to swaddle our children in multiple blankets to keep warm. While cleaning, I found mice droppings in my children's toy bins. Despite the decrease in living conditions, our rent went up the following year. But that rent increase did not go toward keeping my children warm. It did not go to keeping them from vermin. The argument that landlords need raise in rent to keep up with the maintenance is just false. The data doesn't support it. Landlords claim they're losing money, but they've continued to profit. Again, the data supports they've been making record profits. The landlord treats my children and I as merely income streams. We deserve, as all people in New York do, to have a safe and clean place to live. Housing is a right, it's a human right, so please protect that right by having a vote of no increase in any of the rents. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney Takatz.
Hi, my name is Courtney Tackett, and I am a rent-stabilized tenant. In conversations with neighbors in my building's tenant association, with members of both my tenant union and others, even with colleagues at the hospital where I work, the consensus has been clear. People are already struggling to pay their rent, foregoing medical care and necessities so that they can keep up. This was the case before Adams' administration, and it has only gotten worse after the rent for stabilized tenants cumulatively went up 12% during his tenure. A freeze is the bare minimum the Rent Guidelines Board can vote for to support the millions of stabilized tenants in New York, but even a freeze just keeps my neighbors and myself in a stasis of rationing our needs so that we can continue making rent. This is why 65 organizations and tenant associations across the city have called on the board to roll back the rent. Landlords continue to make profit, extracting value from their tenants without putting that money back into their buildings. I talk to people every day who have been displaced from their homes and the neighborhoods they grew up in, raised their children in, built their lives in. I talk to people every day who pay thousands of dollars a month without seeing a dime of that go back into fixing their leaks or ensuring the heat is on in the winter. If the city truly cares about the people who make this city run and give it life, this board will vote for a rent rollback.
Thank you. Clara Perez, followed by Chi Anunwa and Alyssa Williford. Is Clara here? Is Chi here?
Hi, my name is Chi Anunwa. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant in Bay Ridge, and I've lived in Brooklyn for over a decade. I'm also a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm calling on the Rent Guidelines Board to pass a 2-year rent freeze because tenants are a majority in this city, and it's time we started acting like it. Many landlords will say we can't freeze the rent because they are financially distressed. But when I experience financial distress, I am told that it is my responsibility to do a better job of budgeting, that I need to do a better job of saving my money, that I need to start making all my coffee at home. So why is it that I am expected to deal with the burden of my own financial distress, but landlords get to offload this burden onto their tenants? Why do landlords get to sacrifice the basic health and safety of their tenants every day in the name of avoiding financial distress? On a similar note, if I take out a loan I can't afford, I'm expected to deal with the consequences of that on my own. Meanwhile, when my former slumlords in Sunset Park over-leveraged themselves by buying property that they hoped to flip for maximum profit, my neighbors and I had to pay the price in the form of poor heating in winter, almost daily power outages in the summer, unchecked mice infestations that went on for months, poor plumbing that often flooded our bathrooms, and broken locks on our front door that compromised everyone's safety. So with that in mind, I'm calling on the Rent Guidelines Board to flip the script for a change and prioritize the needs of millions of tenants in this city over the needs of landlords who are often the architects of their own financial misery. And you can start by voting yes on a 2-year rent freeze, because people shouldn't have to deal with threats to their health, safety, and well-being just so that landlords get to avoid the consequences of their bad bets. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa Williford, Alexis Clements, Audrey Lacey, and Antonio Marrero.
How y'all doing tonight? My name is neither of the list that you called, but I have to go. But I do have to say this before I go. I get where everybody is coming from. I'm a natural-born citizen in this country, in this state. I love New York. I love everybody that's in here right now. But what I need y'all to understand is that we're not facing the problem alone. It is not us versus the landlords or landlords versus us. Whether y'all believe that or not, that's the case. We're not paying. Shut up. Listen.
We need to hear the testimonies of the names that I called.
We are not the citizens of New York. We're not citizens of New York that understand that everybody that's in this room is here for a reason, right? We're here because we do not agree with what's going on in our state, our climate, our neighborhood, our apartment building.
Thank you for your testimony. We do have to move to the names that I called.
My testimonies are now over, right?
We have to move to the testimonies of the names that I called. Is Alyssa Williford here? Alexis Clements? Thank you for your testimony. We have to move on. Thank you for your testimony. Alexis? Alexis, you have the mic.
You're taking my time, ma'am. Ma'am, you're taking my time.
We're going to restart the clock, Alexis.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
So I'm a rent-stabilized tenant here in Brooklyn, and I'd like to speak.
When you're ready, Alexis.
Okay, all right. So rent-stabilized apartments are supposed to be affordable. A lot of people say if you're paying 30% of your income, that's affordability, right? That's something we hear a lot. Currently, I did the math this afternoon, I'm paying 62% of my income on my rent-stabilized unit. 62, so twice affordability. If you look online, you'll hear, and then like all the other things, right? Like electric, gas, you look online, you hear that electric went up by like 9%. My bills used to be 50, like high 40s, 50, they're all over 60 now. So that 9% is also a lie. The past 3 years, the Rent Guidelines Board rent has gone up 9%. My salary has gone up 3%. So where is that money coming from, right? That's the fundamental issue us tenants are dealing with. Everybody else gets more money out of us. The grocery store, the health insurance, the electric company, the gas company. Where are we supposed to come up with that money when we are losing our jobs and not getting increases in our wages? Me and the millions of other people trying to pull enough money together every month to pay rent when our wages aren't going up, when people are losing their jobs, and the only voices that the Rent Guidelines Board has been paying attention to are the voices of the owners. I'm one of 137 tenants who signed up tonight to speak. Only 31 landlords signed up to speak tonight, but they got the floor for the first 2.5 hours of tonight. They got I saw the green slips up there. They got every other testimony. There are 4 times as many tenants who came in here to speak. That is a false equivalence. You guys are giving way too much time to them. It's not, this is just like, whatever. I'm saying what everybody else who's a tenant here has been saying. It's not fair, right? You have an obligation to protect tenants, to acknowledge the realities we face. It's time for the Rent Guidelines Board to have accountability to tenants instead of just landlords. Rent freeze or rent rollback, no other option. Otherwise, you're making more people homeless in this city as soon as you make that decision.
Thank you for your testimony. Audrey Lacey, followed by Antonia Marrero, followed by Judith Douglas.
Hi, good evening. I'm Audrey Lacey. I did not know that this is what this was tonight, so here we go. I had a few years of peaceful living in my rent-stabilized apartment with preferential rent. Had a lot of issues, but the rent was affordable and I made it work. A few years later, Prasad, a new owner, purchased the building and used any and every underhanded tactic to remove many hardworking New Yorkers from the building. At a certain point, but there were about a handful of us older tenants who remained in the building, and many of the other apartments were left vacant for ages and eventually renovated to take them out of rent stabilization. After speaking up about these conditions in the building and attempting to get us organized, I experienced a series of unfortunate events. My heat, my electricity, my water were cut off, unexplained gas leak, raw sewage spewing from my bathtub and bathroom sink, a broken pipe that the landlord refused to fix for 10 months. I showered at the gym. I'm an art and ceramics teacher, so I need to take a shower every day. The kids will notice. After withholding the rent to get the plumbing fixed, they decided to raise my rent over $800 a month. The highest possible amount that the Rent Guidelines Board would allow under rent stabilization, effectively revoking the preferential rent. When I recently heard about the record-breaking judgment against the corrupt Bronx landlords, I finally felt sane for the first time in 10 years. I have experienced all of these problems. Every single thing that was listed, it happened to me and other tenants, and most of them left, but I was put on the blacklist. So I can't get a new apartment because you make problems. It's like these landlords have a meeting after work and they just twiddle their little monopoly mustaches and decide ways to make regular, everyday workers miserable. It's untenable and it's not fair. I'm encouraged by the priorities of the new administration to stand up for the little guys. I've yet to receive relief and justice for my situation, but I'm hoping you'll freeze the rent on behalf of hardworking New Yorkers who make the city run each day. As the saying goes, pressure bust pipes, but like our beloved Nick showed us last night, we will not crumble and we will rise above. Freeze the rent for us everyday New Yorkers. Go New York, go New York, go.
Thank you. Antonia Marrero.
My name is Tony, and I'm a HOPE member. All right. In 2005, my husband and I found a rent-stabilized unit in a 71-unit building. 2 years later, Yaikel Weinberger bought the property and immediately opened the basement sewer pipes to harass the porter. You can imagine the mosquitoes. We formed a tenant association, and on July 30th, 2007, Weinberger invaded our meeting, made threats, and then he tried to evict us for the first time. 10 years later, he tried to evict us a second time. Then in April 2025, we distributed a newsletter where I wrote that UHAB, Hope's parent organization, converts rentals into cooperatives. 17 days after we distributed that newsletter, Weinberger tried to evict us a third time. Since 2017, Weinberger has filed for 59 evictions in our building and 69 next door. His portfolio is growing. On May 7th, 2025, Weinberger invaded our tenant meeting. He announced that supportive housing neighbors should not call 311, but instead rely on their caseworkers. Caseworkers? On Juneteenth 2024, I called 911 and NYPD discovered the decomposing remains of a beloved neighbor whose social program had gravely neglected her. In 2025, I met a neighbor with the Institute of Community Living who had been without a refrigerator for 2.5 years. On April 15th, an Urban Pathways neighbor moved in and his apartment had no electricity and no working kitchen for almost 2 months. Neighbors are terrified of retaliation. Follow the money. Community Preservation Corporation acquired Weinberger's mortgage when Signature Bank folded. CPC is in joint venture with the related fund management, the same entity attacking Fulton and Elliott, Chelsea, NYCHA complexes. As aid tortures our neighbors in concentration camps. ICE tortures our neighbors in concentration camps. New York City is at the crossroads. Universal dignified housing is the promise of Lady Liberty.
Thank you
Freeze
for
the
your
rent,
testimony.
Melt the ice. Save Section 9. No increases on any leases. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll welcome Judith Douglas, Alyssa Williford, Isabel Munoz, and Nora Huertero. Is Judith here?
If you haven't given testimony yet, can you raise your hand? Are we going to get to everyone? I'm sorry. I signed up, but I have a small child at home, so I'm just...
Yes, I understand. We're going in the order that people signed up. I understand, and the board will be here.
Okay, thank you.
Judith Douglas.
Yes, I'm here. All right. So my name is Judith Douglas. I'm a member of HOPE. I'm also a tenant organizer in my building. And my building, the management is a slumlord, actually. He's an absenteeism landlord. He's never wrong. He collects the rent, and that's all we know. For the last 6 months, I've been back and forth in court. And every time I go to court, I have to go back the next month. Today, last month, I decided I'm done with court. So the judge told me to come on Zoom. So this morning, I was on Zoom before I got here. And basically, going back to court in July, and I'm so tired of it. You get rent every month, we get nothing in return, and the building is really going down to like from 10 to 0. HPD is coming next week, Wednesday, to my building to deal with the situation. HC already came like 2 weeks ago. I don't believe management is really taking care of the tenants, because too often times they're getting 421A tax exempt for 40 and 25 years, and we get nothing in return. If they have a deficit, they can write it off in taxes. So they really don't have any reason to keep going up on tenants' rent. We don't deserve that. And I feel that if tenants feel the rent is going up and the work is not being done in the building, is to just hold back their rent. And I realize this panel is pretty new, some of you are pretty new, and take into consideration everything that the tenants and other family members saying to you, and incorporate it into your decision making tonight. Because for the last 4 years under the Adam administration, he made it very hard for us.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Alyssa Williford, Isabel Munoz, and Nora Huertero. Please make your way toward the microphone if I called your name. Is this Alyssa?
Isabel Munoz.
Is Alyssa here? Okay, go ahead, Isabel.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Isabel Muñoz y vivo en Sunset Park, Brooklyn, New York. Soy miembro del grupo de Inquilinos Unidos de Brooklyn y Vecinos Ayudando Vecinos.
Good evening. My name is Isabel Muñoz, and I live in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. I'm a member of Brooklyn Tenants United and Neighbors Helping Neighbors.
Estoy aquí para compartir una situación que me ha afectado profundamente a mí y a mi familia. En mi apartamento y mi edificio hemos vivido por mucho tiempo con condiciones que no son dignas ni seguras.
I'm here to share a situation that has deeply affected me and my family. In my apartment and in my building, we have lived for a long time with conditions that are neither dignified nor safe.
Durante los últimos 2 años, en la temporada de invierno, no hemos tenido calefacción ni agua caliente de manera adecuada. A veces pasábamos varios días sin esos servicios básicos. Nosotros llamábamos al casero, pero muchas veces no contestaba ni resolvía el problema. Esta situación ha sido muy difícil, especialmente por el frío, y ha afectado la salud, la tranquilidad y la estabilidad de mi familia.
During the last 2 years, during the winter, we have not had proper heat or hot water. Sometimes several days would go by without these basic services. We would call the landlord, but many times he would not answer or resolve the problem. This situation has been very difficult, especially because of the cold, and it has affected my family's health, peace of mind, and stability.
También hemos tenido muchos problemas con las reparaciones. Muchas veces no las hace bien o simplemente no las hacen. En días festivos importantes como el Día de Acción de Gracias y Navidad, la estufa y el horno ha dejado de funcionar o ha tenido problemas. Cuando necesito cocinar para mi familia, tengo que buscar otras maneras para poder preparar los alimentos. Esto no es justo para una familia que necesita vivir con seguridad y dignidad.
We have also had many problems with repairs. Many times the repairs are not done properly or they're simply not done at all. On important holidays such as Thanksgiving and Christmas, the stove and the oven have stopped working or have had issues. When I need to cook for my family, I have had to find other ways to prepare food. That's not fair for a family that needs to live with safety and dignity.
Además, el edificio no se limpia con frecuencia, los pasillos están sucios y muchas veces hay basura acumulada. Vivir así causa preocupación, estrés y tristeza, porque uno paga su renta y espera al casero cumpla con su responsabilidad.
In addition, the building is not cleaned regularly. The hallways are dirty, and many times there is garbage accumulated. Living this way causes worry, stress, and sadness because the tenant pays rent and expects the landlord to fulfill his responsibility.
Por esta razón, estoy pidiendo que congelen el alquiler. No es justo aumentar la renta cuando muchos inquilinos seguimos viviendo con problemas graves en nuestros apartamentos y edificios.
For this reason, I'm asking that the rent be frozen. It's not fair to increase the rent when many tenants are still living with serious problems in their apartments and buildings.
Esto es lo que logramos si ganamos. Alquiler estable para una ciudad estable. Congelen el alquiler. Gracias por su atención.
This is what we get if we win. Stable rent for a stable city. Freeze the rent. Thank you for your attention.
Gracias.
Thank you. Nora Huertero, Fabian Bravo, Ronnie Devi, and Jennifer Ford. If I called your name, please make your way toward one of the microphones.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Nora Huertero, vivo en Sunset Park. Soy miembro de Vecinos Ayudando a Vecinos.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nora Huertero. I live in Sunset Park, and I'm a member of Neighbors Helping Neighbors.
Vengo cada año durante los últimos 9 años. Vengo a lo mismo, ya que desde hace más de 9 años no ha habido cambio. Han aumentado la renta. Según los caseros, el aumento es necesario para arreglar los apartamentos.
I have come here every year during the last 9 years, and I have come doing to do the same thing during those last 9 years. There has not been any change, but there has been an increase in rent. According to the landlord, the increase is necessary to fix the apartments.
En las noticias, la gente habla de lo mal que están viviendo, desde las infestaciones de ratones y cucarachas y otros servicios básicos que carecen.
In the news, people are talking about how badly they're living with rat infestation, roach infestations, and lacking other basic services.
Charlando con la gente, se habla de que en sus apartamentos están con falta de agua caliente y calefacción.
When you're speaking with people, you find out that in their apartments, they're also living with a lack of hot water and lack of heat.
El dueño donde yo vivo no nos acosa, pero hasta hoy estoy esperando que me arregle mi techo por el goteo del radiador. Él dice que cuando esté caliente, pero no me ha llamado para hacer la reparación.
The landlord in the building where I live, he doesn't harass me, but up to even today, I'm still waiting for him to fix my roof because there's a leak due to the radiator. He says that he'll do it when it's hot out, but he hasn't called me to make the repairs.
¿Hasta cuándo ustedes nos van a escuchar y entenderán lo que nosotros vivimos? No sé si ustedes conocen personas que la hayan o le estén pasando pésimo en sus apartamentos.
So when are you gonna finally listen to us and understand what we're living like with? I don't know if you guys know people that that have had this situation or are going through this horrible situation inside their apartments.
Los invito a ir a algunos de los apartamentos de las personas que están hablando de sus pesadillas dentro de los apartamentos.
I invite you to go to some of these apartments of some of the people here talking about the nightmare that they're living within their apartments.
No he mencionado que de tanto trabajar he descuidado a mis hijos.
What I have not mentioned is that I work so much that I'm basically neglecting my kids.
Ellos son buenos hijos, pero también sé que no he estado cuando ellos más me necesitan.
They're good kids, but I also know that I have not been present when they have needed me.
Aunque ellos entienden que tengo que pagar la renta, pido un congelamiento de la renta, no más aumento.
Even though they understand that I have to pay rent. So what I'm asking for is a rent freeze. No more increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Fabian Bravo, Ronnie Devi, and Jennifer Ford.
Good evening, Rent Guidelines Board and friends. My name is Rani Devi. I am from Fort Greene Park. I have been a tenant in New York City for 27 years now. After witnessing 9/11, I saw the aftermath of what happened and it changed me. Seeing all the distractions and businesses that closed, I made it my mission to always to help the community. Many years later, by rallying at City Hall, I joined many organizations like Met Council, ARRP, Nursing Association, RISES, and Fifth Avenue Committee. Through joining these organizations, I learned that so many people can't afford to pay the rent. Most people's salaries can't afford to pay for all our raising costs. I've spoken to council members, assembly members, and senators about these high rents. But that is not enough. Child care, groceries, our medicine, and rent is sky high. Tenants across New York City need help. I urge you to freeze the rent.
Thank you. Is
Thank
Fabian
you.
Bravo here?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Ford, Rakima Worley, and Jennifer Estrada. Please make your way up. Is Jennifer Ford here? Rakima Worley? Go ahead, Fabian. Thank you.
Sí, muy buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Fabián y vivo en un apartamento de renta estabilizada en Sunset Park, Brooklyn, y soy miembro de Vecinos Ayudando Vecinos.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Fabian. I also live in a rent-stabilized apartment in Brooklyn, and I'm also a member of Neighbors Helping Neighbors.
Ya basta de excusas, ya basta de objeciones. Ustedes saben que ha llegado el momento de hacer lo justo y es congelar el alquiler.
Enough with the excuses. Enough with the objections. All of you know that the moment has come to do the right thing. Freeze the rent.
Los inquilinos merecemos tener dinero en nuestros bolsillos y estabilidad en nuestras viviendas. No estamos pidiendo un lujo, estamos pidiendo poder vivir con dignidad, sin miedo constante de no saber que podremos pagar el alquiler el próximo mes o de recibir una cita en la Corte de Vivienda sin ningún fundamento.
Tenants are worthy of having money left over in their pockets at the end of the month, and they also deserve to have stability in their own homes. We're not asking for luxury. We're actually asking to live with dignity, without the constant fear of not knowing if we'll be able to make the rent at the end of the month, or that we'll be receiving a court appointment or some sort of court case at the end of the month that has no foundation to it.
Durante años, muchos caseros han descuidado los edificios, han descuidado nuestras viviendas y aún así nos han seguido subiendo el alquiler. No es justo. No podemos seguir pagando más por menos.
For many years, landlords have completely neglected our buildings, they've neglected our homes, and even so, they continue raising our rent, and this is not fair. We cannot continue paying for what we are not receiving.
Miles de neoyorquinos están asistiendo a las audiencias de RGB para hacer la misma demanda, congelen el alquiler.
Thousands of New Yorkers are coming out and attending the RGB public hearings this year, and they're asking the same thing. They're making the same demand, that the rent be frozen.
Porque un alquiler estable significa familias estables, significa comunidades estables, significa una ciudad más justa para todos. No más excusas, no más aumentos, congelen el alquiler.
Because stable rent also means stable families, more stable communities, and it also means a city that is more fair and just for all. No more excuses, no more increases. Please freeze the rent.
¿Qué queremos?
What do we want?
¿Qué queremos?
What do we want?
No más alquiler, no suban el alquiler, por favor.
No more rent increases, please.
Thank you. Rakima Worley, Jennifer Estrada, Renette Bradley, and Joania Budhu. Please make your way toward the microphones.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rakima Worley. I work in the city and government service for over 20 years. I have lived in 453 Hensdale Street in Brooklyn since January of 2020. I've moved in this very newly constructed building for the past 3 years. I've served as the tenant leader in the building for 453 Hensdale, 487 Livonia Ave, and 500 Livonia Ave. From the very beginning, we have dealt with issues that should never have existed in a new building. Within the first year, we experienced brown water coming from both the kitchen and bathroom. And 2.5 years later, our central air conditioning system was completely shut down and have never been up running since. What even more frustrated from the building staff is they're acting like we never had any central air, making tenants feel like they're making this up. As I look deeper into the situation, I've learned that Catholic Charities own these 3 buildings, but uses a secondary management company as a face of property. Meanwhile, the tenants are left with dealing with consistent delays, existing and unfinished work. As I look deeper, okay, I read that one. And inconsistency and maintaining these buildings is unacceptable.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Estrada. Renette Bradley, and Joanna Badu.
Hello? Hello, good night. My name is Renette Bradley, and I'm a part of the Hope Tenant Union, Met Council, and a other couple of organizations. The landlords come here year after year and cry and say they don't have money. But they found $2.5 million to back Chromo. But they don't have money to give us basic repairs. They don't have money to make us live decent. But what do they do with our rent money? Is it our fault that they went and gambled on their loans? That's not my problem. My problem is roaches, hot water, heat, just common decency. Tonight, we came out here to go do a good, clean, honest rally. We learned that the landlords came too. We were shocked that they were so deep. You know why they were so deep? They paid 50 actors $75 for 2 hours to come out here and be zombies against hard-working people. But let me tell you a pattern. We pay our rent, we get no service. Those people came out here and been zombies, and when they told them they didn't want to be a part of their projects, they didn't get paid. Is this a pattern? Is this what it's about? Come on, y'all. Y'all know we telling the truth.
Thank you for your testimony, Renette.
And thank you. Remember my name.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Hi. Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jenna Strada, and I'm a rent-stabilized tenant at 5810 Eck in Williamsburg, and I've called Brooklyn my home for 9 years. I'm here to urge y'all, the Rent Guidelines Board, to rent rollback on rent-stabilized housing, fixing the unconscionable decisions of your predecessors on the previous Rent Guideline Board when they increased rents by 12% over 3 to 4 years. While living in New York City, I've known what it's like to spend 50% of my income on rent. This rent burden has meant that I've had to make compromises to essential needs. Aside from cutting out on non-essential goods and living on a budget, I've opted out of healthcare visits, to use copay money for rent, skipping meals towards the end of the month to make ends meet, and taking out loans to help pay for like higher education, but also to keep up with the costs of living in New York City. Getting a slightly better paying job and moving in with a partner has kind of given me some breathing room, but that's not the case for 50% of rent-stabilized tenants who can't make ends meet and are currently rent-burdened in rent-stabilized housing. Rent-stabilized housing is supposed to be affordable, but it's not even affordable for half of the people living in them, so I don't understand how that works. I'm lucky, but millions of my fellow tenants are not. The landlords here and outside of here would have you think that they are struggling, but if the rent was rolled back, they would not have to start making compromises. If the rent was rolled back, they would not have to go homeless. That's not the case for tenants if they continue to have to pay what they're paying now, or if y'all decide to increase the rent. So basically it's time that we stop bottom-lining the financial decisions for landlords and stop treating housing like a commodity when people's lives are at stake. I urge the board to listen to the rest of my fellow tenants who testified here today, and when they say that an increase would worsen their struggle and their everyday existence, roll back. Thanks.
Thank you. Joanna Badu.
Hi, good evening. My name is Joanna Badu. I'm a tenant of a rent-stabilized apartment. I have emergency housing voucher that's ending this year. My landlord, well, I don't really know my landlord, but I know my super. He kind of sucks, you know. The apartment, I had mold in my bathroom. My mail was tampered with. A whole excuse my language, but a whole kind of crime was organized against me in my apartment. I felt unsafe. The super was allowing people in my apartment. I have my Ring camera, police was coming to my apartment looking for a random guy, I guess, that lived there. I got 20,000 people, mails coming to my mailbox. I'm not even getting my mail. The only time the super come is when it's time for inspection. It's really sad because I'm hearing all these people's stories, and you know the laws. It's not even supposed, nobody's supposed to even be paying rent. Everything's supposed to be free, but since it's not, I feel like things should be made fair. And these are citizens of America, and without them, there will be no us, and it's not about us, but it's about them. That's all I have to say, guys. I don't really know much.
Thank you. Next, to make their way towards the mic, we welcome Preston Davis, Margaret Gale, Lee James, and Ora Wise. Again, that's Preston Davis, Margaret Gale, Lee James, and Ora Wise. Please all make your way towards the mic.
Good evening. My name is Preston Jackson Davis. I am born and raised in Flatbush and blessed to still call it home. I grew up in a one-bedroom, rent-stabilized apartment with my parents and sister. While my parents' hard work could have afforded us to move to a bigger space, they prioritized saving enough money to give my sister and I the best education possible. They chose that over the comfort of our own bedroom. They chose to give us a chance at a better life. I still live now in that same apartment by myself, and I think on the life that I've been able to have because of their choices. The organizing, the dancing, the mistakes and triumphs that have led me to stand before y'all tonight. And I'm grateful for my parents for what they did for me. But I look in this hall tonight, and you've heard the stories of people who have not had that chance due to the high rents and ever rising rents, being forced to choose between a roof over their heads or education for themselves or their children or health care or their sanity, and that is just unacceptable. And so, so esteemed members of the Rent Guidelines Board, y'all have a choice to make. You can choose to raise the rent for the comfort of landlords who don't have to make these life-altering choices, or you can choose to give 2 million of our neighbors a chance to live, to learn, to grow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Margaret Gale, Lee James, Ora Wise.
Good evening, Rent Guideline Board members, fellow tenants, and guests alike. It is about freezing the rent. My name is Margaret Gale, residing 6 years at 426 61st Street, Brooklyn, New York. Sitting Secretary of 426 Tenants Association, member of BTU affiliated with Fifth Avenue Committee and Neighbors Helping Neighbors. I am a mother and a grandmother, newly retired, living on a fixed income. Tenants are the majority of New Yorkers, many of whom between 2020 and 2023 left New York, choosing to live a quality of life opposed to struggling with quantity of overwhelming bills, which rent is the chunk of a monthly budget. We are rent burdened in need of a rent freeze now. Many tenants must have 2 jobs, and what this does to family time is damaging. With landlords, Eric Seton, my landlord, on the 100 worst landlord list, with management who do not repair, patch up, we are forced to call 311. multitudes of B and C class violations. 426 61st Street, my building, is in the EAP program, of which each time we have to be in court deadline, landlord has a new attorney and we get an adjournment. Landlords are great at manipulating the system. Yes, 4226 has their landlord in court. There is power in numbers and strength in tenants organizing. I love my community, its diversity, and unity in its standing for our rights. Please hear us, tenants, please. We need your favorable vote to freeze the rents.
Thank you for your testimony.
attention.
Lee James, Ora Wise, Catherine Bejo, and Samantha Bravo. If you're any of those four names, please come towards the microphone. Lee James, Ora Wise, Catherine Bejo, and Samantha Bravo.
Hi, thank you. I am Catherine Bajo. I live at 800 Greenwood Avenue in Brooklyn. I'm a part of my Tenants Association. I gave a written testimony, but I would also like to propose that before approving additional rent increases, I urge the board to consider the number of vacant rent stabilized units throughout the city and the impacts that prolonged vacancies have on housing availability and affordability. The solution is to not build new buildings where electrical bills are much higher in a fully electrical building. My building has 7 vacant rent-stabilized apartments. I'm a single mother. I asked my landlord if I could move into one of them, and he said he's keeping the apartments vacant for emergency purposes. There's a fire in my building 2 months ago. The tenants above the fire and below the fire had to find their own accommodation. The family with the baby stayed in their apartment, even though there was like just soot everywhere. It was very unhygienic, etc. And then the tenants who were below it, they had to find their own accommodation. So they weren't able to live in the vacant apartments that were on vacant for emergency purposes. I'm a civil servant with School Construction Authority. My son, he just got into middle school 51 in Brooklyn, and I cannot afford to live near his middle school. This is an ongoing stress for me, but I'm so grateful to be in solidarity with everyone here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now welcome, please come forward if I call your name, Claudia Auborg, Micah Scalin, Phil Diorio, and Nathan Bravo.
Good evening, members of the Rent Guidelines Board. My name is Claudia Obu. I am born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, a single mom, full-time school administrator, a working professional with dual master's degrees. I work more than 55 hours per week, and I'm here because even that is no longer enough to keep up. I did what so many New Yorkers are told to do to achieve stability. I pursued higher education, built a career serving children and families, and worked tirelessly to provide for my household. Yet, despite all of that, I am still living paycheck to paycheck and struggling to afford the rising costs of simply staying in my home. Each year, rents go up, groceries, medical care, transportation, and school supplies all go up too, while wages for working families fail to keep the pace. That gap is not just stressful, it is becoming impossible to manage. These rent increases are not abstract percentage on a page. They show up in our kitchens, our medicine cabinets, our children's backpack, and our bank accounts. They force families like mine to make painful choices about which bills can wait and which needs to be postponed. I stress the strain takes a toll on my mental and physical well-being. No one who works full-time, contributes to the community, and does everything asked of them should be forced to live under these kinds of pressures. I'm here tonight not only for myself, but for thousands of hardworking New Yorkers facing the same reality. We are teachers, school administrators, healthcare workers, transit workers, service employees, parents, caregivers, and neighbors. We keep this city running, yet many of us are being priced out of the communities we helped sustain. I ask you to see the human impact behind these decisions. A rent increase may look small in a chart, but for families already stressed thin, it may mean the difference between stability and crisis.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Micah Scalin, Phil DiOrio, and Nathan Bravo.
Hi, my name is Micah Scalin. I live with my husband in a rent-stabilized apartment in Bed-Stuy. This has been our home for 3 years. I've been living and working in New York City for the past 23 years. In that time, I have paid over $300,000 to this city's property owners. I've had to move 10 times in order to maintain an affordable and safe living environment. I have always been employed, yet my salaries never increased at the rates that property owners believed their apartments were valued. Had I been eligible for a mortgage when I first arrived here in 2003, I could have paid it off in full by now. Instead, I have reliably paid other people's mortgages my entire adult life. In 23 years, I have effectively bought a home for someone else while gaining zero stability for myself. Our current affordable rent is already almost double the average monthly mortgage payment in our borough. I want to make it absolutely explicit to the board today that tenants are not freeloaders asking for handouts. New York City renters provide the cash flow that covers the debts of property owners. Do not undervalue this. As a rent-paying New Yorker, I deserve at least the same stability that I provide property owners, knowing that my rent will not increase on someone else's timeline or whim. I implore this Rent Guidelines Board to freeze the rent on both 1- and 2-year leases. Thank you.
Thank you. Are Phil or Nathan here? Phil or Nathan?
I'm Samantha. I think you missed me. Or I didn't go yet.
Okay, yes, we'll come back to you. Neither Phil nor Nathan are here? Okay, please come towards the mic. If you could line up at the mic, we've got several names to get through, so just want to get folks as close as possible. Thank you. So Phil and Nathan, if you could come towards the mic.
There's someone else who needs to go as well. You called her name as well.
Okay, thank you. Again, if I call your name, please come to the mic. Samantha, go ahead. Samantha?
Good evening. My name is Samantha Bravo, and I am part of Neighbors Helping Neighbors, and I live in Sunset Park. Through my work helping members of the community, I hear one simple sentence over and over again. The rent is too high. Too damn high. People come asking me for help finding an affordable apartment, and those who are already living in an apartment are struggling to keep up with their rent. Not to mention the repairs they need and the harassment that they face by their landlords. Throughout New York City's housing crisis, the decisions of this board have continued to push New Yorkers deeper into poverty by increasing rents. These increases have greatly affected the quality of life of millions of New Yorkers who are already struggling to pay for food, clothing, and other basic necessities. It is also impacting the future of young New Yorkers like myself who want to stay in the city that we grew up in. You have heard the stories of hundreds of tenants and the struggles they face. And if you truly understand the pain and hardship that so many New Yorkers are experiencing, then you would know that we are not asking for a rent freeze, we are demanding it. So I ask all new members of this board and also past members, will you stand with New Yorkers and vote for a rent freeze? Or you will continue to push hardworking families deeper into a housing crisis? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathan Bravo Ortero. I'm 15 years old and I'm from Sunset Park. I'm here to say that we should freeze the rent. My parents work all the time and they come home late at night, and I'm just stuck in an empty apartment building with my cats and dogs. My family comes here year after year trying to discuss about this problem, and yet we still can't win. Sadly, none of y'all have really rolled back the rent or freezed it, not even a slightly little bit. I mean, we are the people, right? This is New York, right? We deserve to have a say in this world, right? Thank you. I mean, think about it. Even our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man can't even pay the rent because it's too high. I mean, come on, he's already busy saving people. What else do you want from him? Right? All right. What I'm really here to say is that one of my friends has been kicked out of their apartment one time. Thank you. Anyways, it's honestly sad because he has nowhere else to live anymore. But now he's actually doing fine, thanks to like his parents' friends, and they had to work their butts off just to get back into their shape. Now, who wants a rent rollback? Yes. I, Nathan Bravo, son of Fabian Bravo and Nora Ortero, and sister of Samantha Bravo. I want a rent freeze as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Phil?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Phil Diorio, and I am representing the good people of 8501 Fort Hamilton Parkway in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. It is a 4-story walk-up with 50-plus apartments. It is home to low-income families, fixed-income families, Section 8 families, and families with children with disabilities. The tenants of this building have come together to address the outstanding problems caused by the landlord's failure to provide essential services, general maintenance, major repairs, minor repairs, trash collection. Furthermore, the landlord has not paid his debts to his lenders, the mortgage company, the utility companies, and he hasn't paid his taxes in the past 2 years. This landlord has been foreclosed upon twice in the past 2 years. A rent increase will not change his path or the paths of other like-minded landlords who seek to enrich themselves. What a rent increase will do is put further financial stress on families who are already struggling to make ends meet. A tragic irony awaits us. Affordable housing will no longer be affordable. And the families who have made this building their home for the past 20, 30, and 40 years will be priced out of the apartment and priced out of their neighborhood. And a loving, nurturing community that took so long to build will be no more. Avarice and greed is a poison.
Thank you for your testimony.
For the tenants, for the neighborhood, and for the community.
Thank you.
Freeze the rent.
Thank you. I'll now call Aura Wise, Lee James, Sky Dogan, and Nancy Herrera. Please come to the microphone if you're Aura Wise, Lee James, Sky Dogan, or Nancy Herrera. If you're on your way up, just say something, or I'm going to move on to the next group. Okay? Jocelyn Fenton, Michael Bailey, Jennifer Nicole Alameda, and Jeff Ballerini. Please make your way up if you're any of those names.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Fenton. I'm from Flatbush Gardens, and I wanted to say that first we need to roll back and freeze the rent. Those are the things that needs to be done. But I'm going to switch my focus because everybody has testified about all their buildings and just focus on one thing. What do we define as affordable in New York? It is getting outrageous what we call affordable. People are paying more than 60% of their rent to live in what we call rent-stabilized apartments. The rent lottery apartments, the terms to get in there are even more outrageous. They build new buildings in working class neighborhoods, and then all of a sudden they say the average rent in that neighborhood is $2,500 for a studio. What the hell is going on here? Why are landlords getting away with calling new apartments luxury because they went to IKEA and put some fake marble on the table? I am sick of this. New York City is bleeding people. The main perpetrators of all the worst crap happening in this city are these big landlords, and we are allowing them to define affordability in an outrageous manner. Who the hell is going to live here? We got buildings empty. We got new buildings being built in neighborhoods that nobody in the neighborhood can live in, and now you're talking about raising the rent. My rent is over $2,000 for a crappy-ass Flatbush. I am from Indianapolis, Indiana originally. And I'm sorry about my language, the shit these landlords get away with in New York City is off the chain. There is no excuse for people not being able to stay in their community, and these rents are outrageous for the places that they live in. Freeze the rent, roll it back, and check some of these landlords, because the shady stuff they're getting away with is inexcusable. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Bailey, Jennifer Nicole Alameda, and Jeff Ballerini.
Good evening, members of the Rent Guidelines Board and fellow attendees. My name is Jeff Ballerini, an academic advisor for the City University of New York Queensborough Community College. I'm here today to ask the board to vote for no rent increase for units subject to the Rent Stabilization Law of 1969 and the Emergency Tenant Protection Act of 1974, affecting leases commencing between October 1st, 2026 through September 3rd, 2027. In the board's April 16th, 2026 Income and Affordability Study, the U.S. Census Bureau's 2023 Housing and Vacancy Survey found that 45.5% of rent-stabilized tenants who do not receive rental assistance were considered rent-burdened, and the Bureau's 2024 American Community Survey reported 51.6% of all households citywide were rent-burdened, with half of those paying more than 50% of their income in rent. Unsurprisingly, the weight falls most heavily on those who have the least. 80% of households making up to $50,000 per year are rent burdened, while 60% of households making between $50,000 and $75,000 per year are similarly burdened. Raising the rent on stabilized properties will place considerably greater economic strain on millions of New Yorkers already struggling to make ends meet and force them to decrease their spending on necessities such as food, education, childcare, and healthcare, or push them out of the city altogether. In December 2023, the New York Times reported that families making between $32,000 and $65,000 per year were leaving the state at the highest rate, while there was a net gain of 15,000 millionaire households moving into New York between 2020 and 2022. When I visit our campus food pantry to donate non-perishable goods, I saw one of my students perusing the shelves for essentials. My cousin, a native New Yorker, left for Florida because, despite having gainful employment, too much of his income had to go toward rent. Rather than demanding more from those who have nothing else to give, the city must invest in the repair and increase of affordable housing stock and fund these initiatives by having ultra-wealthy residents pay their fair share in taxes. To solve the housing crisis, we must skim the cream off the top rather than scrape the bottom of the barrel. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm here to assist. Hopefully, we can end the night with some cheer and hope for the future. I'm here to introduce myself to everyone here. I am your first-generation federally trained female U.S. president. I represent New York State government, managed by the Welfare Food Stamp System Administration. I assist in Congress and the White House with the things that are needed, mostly for the poor community, as I am a poor community member myself. And I'm here for the future of the children to come to help balance the things that we have heard tonight. We will be working on those things with me here as your female president. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I've been notified we have the building until 11:45, so we'll hear about another hour of testimony. And if I call your name, please come up toward the microphone. Maria Hernandez, Vanessa Figueroa, Ralik Golson, and Saul Lerman Sinkoff.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Bailey, and I'm a resident of the historic neighborhood of Bedford-Stuyvesant in Brooklyn, New York. Yes, do or die. I'm a housing attorney and a lifelong resident of this city. I am testifying today in support of a rent freeze. The borough of Brooklyn is in the middle of a housing crisis that has led to mass displacement, crowded shelters, and numbers that continue to rise. Although the Rent Guidelines Board didn't create the current climate of the city, they haven't really helped either. There are currently 420,000 rent-stabilized units in Brooklyn, hardly enough to house the more than 2 million Brooklynites. Rent-stabilized apartments were created to provide housing stability for the working class people of the city. But housing stability in New York is no longer a thing. 200,000 black people were pushed out of the city over the last 20 years due to the lack of affordable housing. Federal, state, and local policies are the blame. The absence of responsible real estate development, the loss of community control within the local government, coupled with low wages, has created an economic environment that few can survive in, let alone thrive in. Gas, I don't have to preach, but gallons of gas for more than $4, eggs cost $11 per dozen, and heads of iceberg lettuce for $7. The cost of living, economics has placed the majority of people in a precarious situation. People shouldn't have to choose food or electricity, rent or insurance.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'll call once more for Maria Hernandez, Vanessa Figueroa, Ralik Golson, and Saul Lerman Sinkoff. Please come to the mic if you're here, and I'll move on to the next set of names after. Okay, thank you. DDA Alvarez, Matt Birdie, Maria B. Lopez, and William Bershadsky. Yes, please, if you're any of those four, make your way up to the mics. Thank you.
Hi, I got these figures from the RGB 2025 Income and Expenses Study.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt, but could you let me know your name?
Didier Alvarez.
Thank you, Didier.
The monthly net operating income, which is the profit that landlords make after expenses, rose 6.2% to $683 per apartment per month in 2024. So a 6-unit building made $49,000 a year profit. A 20-apartment building would make $164,000 a year profit. A 40-apartment building, $328,000 a year profit. So the argument that landlords cannot keep up with the expenses to operate a building does not hold true, because those figures are after expenses, after net operating expenses. But what we also need to factor is that the increase in value of these buildings also continues to rise 2 to 5% every year. So not only is the income of the building rising, but the wealth of the building rises. So combined, a 6-unit apartment building is actually making $94,000 a year. A 100% rent-stabilized 20-apartment building is making over $300,000 a year profit. So it's difficult for landlords to claim that they're hurting or becoming broke running a building in Brooklyn. But easy to say that we, the occupants of these apartments, are struggling and fighting to make ends meet when our wages do not come near close to keeping pace. We need a rent freeze. Landlords will not make as much, but they cannot say it's loss or hardship. They will still make more than it takes to run and maintain their properties, still make profit, and still have the value of their buildings increase. We're just looking to catch our breath on this treadmill that has no off button.
Thank you. Matt Birdie, Maria B. Lopez, and then William Bershatsky.
Hello, my name is Matt Birdie, and I'm a tenant and member of Full-Time Tenant Union. We organize across a portfolio of more than 200 buildings owned by Watermark Capital Group. Through our outreach, we consistently hear the same stories from rent-stabilized tenants: neglected repairs, deteriorating conditions, and management companies that ignore complaints. I'll share one example. Since 2023, I've been advocating for a rent-stabilized tenant in heavily gentrified Williamsburg, Brooklyn. They've recently undergone multiple surgeries and are now recovering. For years, the tenant has struggled to get serious repairs addressed. Only after HPD froze the rent did the landlord begin to make repairs. Even then, the work was incomplete and poorly done. The tenant was pressured to remove 311 complaints and housing violations before repairs would be finished. The landlord filed paperwork claiming work had been complete when significant issues remain unresolved. The tenant is now up to date on rent, and simply wants a safe and habitable apartment. Now during recovery, they're tracking down handymen, being ignored by management, and living through worsening conditions. This landlord has owned the building for more than 2 decades. This is not a new owner struggling to make ends meet. This is the treatment that some of the few remaining rent-stabilized tenants receive in the portfolio. Neglect and pressure are often used to push long-term tenants out of their homes, and nearly 50% of the portfolio, the landlord claims, has been deregulated. At the same time, tenants have already absorbed roughly 12% in cumulative RGB increases over the last several years. Tenants have already paid rent increases while basic habitability standards were not met, making further increases unjustified and past increases effectively unwarranted. And I call for a full rent rollback.
Thank you. Maria?
I have Maria Hernandez's testimony.
Okay.
Thank you. And it's going to be in Spanish, so I'll need one of the interpreters, please. Thank you. Also, what happened to Christina? She left? That's a shame. She's only here for the landlord testimony? Damn. Okay. Hola, mi nombre es María Hernández y soy una persona mayor que vive con ingresos fijos y limitados.
Hello, my name is Maria Hernandez, and I'm an older person that is living with a fixed income and is also very limited.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que consideran el impacto que un aumento de renta tendría en personas como yo. Cada mes hago todo lo posible para cubrir mis gastos básicos. Mi cheque no aumenta, pero el costo de la comida, los medicamentos, los servicios públicos y otras necesidades esenciales sigue subiendo. Soy una paciente de cáncer.
I'm here to ask you to please consider the impact that an increase on the rent would have on people like me. Every single month, I do everything possible to cover the basic needs. My check doesn't go up, but the cost of living, food, medication, and public services and utilities, as well as other basic essentials, also go up. I am a patient living with cancer.
A mi edad no tengo la oportunidad de buscar un segundo empleo ni de aumentar mis ingresos para compensar estos aumentos. Ya vivo con un presupuesto muy ajustado. Si la renta aumenta, simplemente no sé de dónde saldrá ese dinero.
At my age, I no longer have the opportunity to go out and look for a second job or to make sure that my income goes up so that I can compensate for these increases. I already live on a very fixed budget. If the rent goes up, I simply won't be able to make payment every month. I will not have enough money to make the rent.
La realidad es que tendría que tomar decisiones dolorosas. Tendría que escoger entre comprar alimentos saludables, pagar mis medicamentos o pagar la renta. Ninguna persona debería verse obligada a hacer esa elección, especialmente después de haber trabajado toda una vida y contribuir a su comunidad.
The reality is that I would be faced with making very painful decisions. I would have to decide whether I should buy healthful foods, pay my medication, or pay the rent. No one should live like this and be faced with a difficult situation like this one, especially after you've worked your entire life and you've contributed to your community.
Mi hogar representa mucho más que un lugar donde vivo. Es mi seguridad, mi estabilidad y mi tranquilidad. El miedo a no poder seguir pagando la renta me quita el sueño y me llena de incertidumbres sobre mi futuro.
My home not only represents a place where I live, it also represents safety, it represents stability and peace. My fear is not being able to make the payment, my rent payment every month, and I lose sleep over this, and it fills me with so much uncertainty about my future.
Les pido que piensen en los adultos mayores, las personas con discapacidades y las familias de bajos ingresos que ya están luchando para mantenerse a flote. Nuestros ingresos no aumentan cuando aumenta la renta. Lo único que aumenta es la preocupación de no poder permanecer en nuestros hogares.
I ask you to please think of senior citizens, of people living with disabilities, and families with low income who are already doing everything and are at the breaking point to stay afloat. Our income does not go up when the rent goes up. The only thing that goes up is our level of preoccupation or worry of not being able to stay in our homes.
Por favor, mantengan las rentas asequibles y protejan a quienes somos más vulnerables. Para muchos de nosotros, esa decisión marcará la diferencia entre vivir con dignidad o enfrentar dificultades que no podemos superar. Gracias por escuchar mi testimonio.
Please, the rents should remain affordable. Please protect those that are the most vulnerable. For many of us, it is a decision that is laden with a lot of differences between living with dignity or having to face very difficult situations, which obviously we cannot deal with at the moment. Thank you so very much for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. William?
Hi, I'm William with the Flatbush Coalition. I would like to say that tenant abuse is out of control, and I would like to ask the board to unanimously vote for 10% rent rollback. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for Maria B. Lopez and Kateracita Aguilar, Luz Rosero, and Winsome Pendergrass. Please come to the microphone. Okay. Is Teresita or Luz here? Okay. Adem Alkin, Leonard Goodstein, Fidel Albert, and Phelan Raltre.
My name is Leonard Goodstein. I'm a Vietnam vet, 78 years old. I'm a disabled Vietnam veteran. I live on 100% pension, and I can't make the rent anymore. At 78 years old, I cannot even freeze my rent. What is wrong with this? The governor was supposed to raise it so we could freeze our rent. Now it's not going to happen to 2027. I have a heart condition. I have two heart conditions. I have congestive heart failure and artery disease. I suffer from cancer from Agent Orange. I can't work no more. I can't lift anymore. I can't even lift the groceries anymore. And you're going to raise my rent? It's up to you people to change this. I'm federal, and I can't make it. It's wrong, and you know it. Now, I came here to be nice, but I've been here since 5:30, so I'm already listening to all this garbage. You guys got to make the decision, man. We're getting ripped off, and it's enough. It is enough. I've had it with this city. We're playing on the last mayor who was getting kickback from landlords. We have a new mayor now. If some of you come from that mayor, realize it. We need to freeze the rent, at least for a while. It's like our pensions, Vietnam veterans, or veterans in whole, are based on the country, not based on the city of New York. My grandchildren are here. My children are old enough to be some of your parents. And I don't think you're even old enough to be a Vietnam vet. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
But the thing is that, hey man, do us a favor, stop it already. We need to stop.
Thank you.
This is time to be for the people.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Good night. My name is Miss Albert. I'm a member of Met Council, Crown Heights Tenant Union, and Brooklyn Eviction Defense, and many more. I'm demanding a rent freeze. In housing court, eviction is so goddamn high because tenants are struggling and punishing to make ends meet because the rent is too goddamn high. Since the pandemic, some tenants have not recovered from losing their jobs because of the mass technology where they have robots doing their job, right? That persons used to do manually, and that is very hard. I'm one of the tenants that lives in a rent-stabilized building and is struggling to meet ends meet, finding it difficult to pay my rent and also to get a job. Landlords are making insane profits and is not important as people are being evicted from their homes on a daily basis. Therefore, I am demanding a rent rollback. Thank you.
Thank you. Phelan Raltre, Adem Alkin, Kenneth Henry, or Sienna Shundi.
Hi there. My name is Johnny Rivera. I'm with Build Up Justice NYC.
I'm sorry, Johnny, did I call your name earlier?
I have never heard my name called
Okay,
once, even though I was signed up early. I was number 88, and here we are almost midnight, and so.
Did you check in at the table?
I did, and I
Okay.
gave them my testimony, and I have it here in front of me.
Okay, well, we're going to let Sienna go since I called her name, and we're going to check for your name now. Can you remind me of it?
Johnny Rivera.
Thank you. Go ahead. What's her name? What's your name? I remember putting it to the side. Please, folks, when I call your name, make sure you come to the microphone. But Claire, I do have your ticket here in the... Okay. Clara Perez, and you've got his name? Okay, go ahead, Sienna.
Can you reset the clock, please?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Sienna Shundi. I am a single mother, a mental health clinician, and the elected president of 38 6th Avenue Tenant Association for B3, a 303-unit rent-stabilized building. One of the first built as part of the Pacific Park project near the Barclays Center. I am here to demand a rent freeze because our corporate landlord continues to take something even more valuable than money from me, my time. Avanath Capital Management is a billion-dollar institutional investor based in Irvine, California. Half of its investments are overseas. Our building was financed by public affordability commitments here in New York City. It's supposed to be a stable home for working New York City families. Instead, Avanath has treated it as an extraction vehicle. 5 years of chronic hot water failures, not a month has gone by in the past few years not with at least one broken down elevator. There's no on-site superintendent, which is a violation of New York City law. Illegal lease clauses, fob restrictions that locked my own partner out of our home. And when I organized to fight back, they sent me a cease and desist letter, which is illegal. I am a single mother. Every hour I spend fighting my landlord's neglect is an hour I am not with my child, and I will never get that time back. This is not a fairness problem, it's a market failure. The market is not correcting Avanas behavior. Tenants absorb the cost, inhabitability, and time, while the owner faces no meaningful consequences. Years of open violations, skirting the laws, years of rent increases that have outpaced inflation, and no accountability. A rent freeze sends the policy signal that rent increases must be earned through performance, not extracted despite neglect. Without that signal, the rent stabilization system stops functioning as a habitability floor. It becomes a financing tool, and in this economy, rent destabilization, not a genuine commitment to the families that this housing was built to serve.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hold on, let me finish. To those on this board who have spent careers on the public mission of affordable housing, you know that what this housing was supposed to be.
Thank you for your testimony.
A vote for a freeze is a commitment to that mission, and it holds the line.
Johnny Rivera, and then we'll have Clara Perez.
Thank you. As tenant organizers with Build Up Justice, a nonprofit organization that provides housing legal services to New York tenants for more than 50 years. I regularly meet with tenants at different buildings and see serious lack of repairs, unsafe conditions, harassment, and rent overcharges. Many of these tenants have spent months complaining. The lady said time. This is what they lose and never get back, is never accounted for, is lost forever. Just despite their efforts and their ability to remain good, solid tenants and abiding by law, they get nowhere, and at the end result, they have to go to court, and they don't want to go to court. That is the last place. They're very afraid of court, and yet this is the only place they can go to seek some remedy. I ask this board to please consider the facts that rents are up, profit, though landlords deny it, they're making a profit, and the assets $1 million and over. I jokingly say to tenants, if you want to adopt a poor millionaire, keep paying, keep supporting them, because that's what this is all about. Do we want to be a society that supports millionaires over the working class, the majority of the people who have been making this city a great place? We're here, we work, you work, we all work. Landlords make it very difficult for most people. Thank you.
Thank you. Clara Perez. And then if Kenneth Henry, Adim Alkin, or Phelan Raltre, please come to the microphones. I'll be calling another set of names next. So if you heard your name, please come forward.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Clara Perez Joseph. I am a retired Supreme Court court reporter. I am a tenant leader now with Neighbors Helping Neighbors under the Fifth Avenue Committee umbrella. I demand that you freeze the rent. Tenants cannot afford these high rents. Many tenants work 2 jobs to barely keep up with rent, food, utilities, childcare, co-pays, transportation, etc. While actually paying the rent, they are subjected to poor living conditions such as leaks, mold, vermin, lack of painting, lead, and other violations. So now they're dealing with financial hardship and health issues. Time and time again, I don't know why the board didn't do it today, but time and time again, the board instructs the tenants to complain to 311 or HPD. They do that, but HPD is slow to enforce repairs, if at all. You need to hear these conditions as well, because you need to make a just decision in good conscience to freeze these rents. For utilities, not everyone qualifies for HEAP, and those that do get a whopping $50 a year. Go figure, no pun intended. The cost of living is so high that a community organization now in East Flatbush, Brooklyn, It's called The Yard. They are offering laundry services to those who can't afford it. We as tenants should not be responsible to do the upkeep and upgrade of the landlord's property. When they decide to sell it, they get all the profit, not the tenants. That's their business to take care of. The worst hardship that rent increases impose on tenants is
Thank you
the
for your
instability
testimony.
of family life. Parents with 2 jobs and maybe a single side gig on weekends have no time with their children.
Thank you for
or
your
their
testimony.
Education. The stress of not having parents with you and support is detrimental. The anxiety of the fear.
Thank you for your testimony. Folks, we have lots of names to get through. Thank you. I'm going to call your name one time. If I call it, please come up to the mic if you're here or say something if you're on your way up. Catherine Schofelt, Elizabeth Mackey, Rachel Ann Younger, Elston Lindsay, Gordon Lee. Okay, and if Faith Williams, Bibiana, or Devorah Jackson are here, please come up. Go ahead when you're ready, Gordon.
Good night,
Bibiana
good
Monero.
people. My name is Gordon Lee, but you can also call me Greg. I am a member of every coalition in the country, including Flatbush Tenant Coalition, because their fight is things that should be everyone's fight. Now, I'm also asking for a rent freeze, and I don't want a rent increase because I believe I want my constitutional right to stay and my constitutional right to remain. I'll tell you why I like where I live, and it's the same answer to the question of why New York City is one of the greatest cities and why New York State is one of the greatest states. Many reasons. I wasn't born here, but I grew up here. I came here on my 4th birthday. I was a Nixon protester at birth, June 23rd, 1973. Now, New York City and State is one of the greatest for many reasons. Number one, we have our atomic abortion rights. It's heavily ruled by Democrats. It feels safer. There's no wild animal encounters, no bear encounters that you've been hearing about on the news. And I take it from me, I follow the news from age 10. And New York is also one of the greatest because, it has public transportation, accommodates disabled persons and persons that don't have cars. You know, not everybody has cars, not everybody can drive.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks for listening. Good night.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Viviana Miancero. I'm a bold leader with hope, and I'm also a tenants association at Rutland Plaza, which I'm also a leader. My landlord, Robin Lucas Cora, is part of the worst landlord list, and she's number 6. When I moved into my apartment, I started paying $14.50, and in 6 months, my rent went up to $19.63. Mind you, I'll make 3 years in August. The only reason why my apartment doesn't have any violations is because I have an emergency housing voucher, Section 8. In the year 2016, my landlord got $92 million from the state. What was done with that money? My neighbors have mushrooms growing from their ceilings. There are 4 elevators in my building, and at one time, all of them were out. 3 of them were out for 2 months, and the last elevator was out for over a week. There is sewage shooting out of my neighbor's kitchen sinks. There is countless leaks in the building. There's no security that would stand up for the people. 2 people have lost their lives in the building by gun violence. Countless people have gotten mugged in the staircases. My home attendant got mugged in the staircase. They stole his chain and bracelet. One guy even got pushed into his apartment and got robbed of his belongings. Could that be because of lack of security and locks? My neighbor even got mugged in broad daylight, 1:30 p.m. on a Saturday. My mail can't be delivered because the entrance stinks so bad from the rat vermin that the mail person refuses to deliver our mail. It's my human right to live in a clean and safe environment, and this is far from the case. If my landlord is losing money, why doesn't she open up her books and HUD could help her? So I asked the board to freeze the rent and roll the increase back. I don't see any reason that my landlord should get any more increases in rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Bibiana. Are Faith or Devorah here?
I'm sorry, Deborah, she had to leave, but she couldn't stay, so she left her testimony with me to read for her.
Okay, do you mind if we go to the folks who are here?
You just called Deborah's name. No, go ahead. No problem. I don't have a problem. No, it doesn't, because we all here for the same thing. So go ahead, sweetie.
Okay, I'm just gonna call the names, and if you're here, please say you're here. Selena Vicioso, Michelle MacArthur, Andrew Weiner, David Cortez Ramirez, Janelle Humphrey, Rhiannon Dowling. Oh, yes, if you hear your name, please come up to the microphone. And if you want to leave Devorah's testimony, we'll take it. Okay.
Hi, my name is Rachel Ann Younger. I grew up in New York City. My parents moved into the apartment that I'm living in 60 years ago in December. In the 80s, the building went mostly co-op with a handful of remaining rent-stabilized units, of which I am the youngest tenant. I started off my day today in housing court, where I was met with 3 lawyers from the parties that are that are playing roles as my landlord, and the judge determined that they are absolutely allowed to send the same unlicensed company that has done electrical and plumbing and gas work and stolen my passport and social security card back into the unit, and that it's their right. I wanted to point out one of my personal experiences. Well, first, sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. First, I wanted to speak to. Well, first thing I just wanted to say was that regarding the matter of landlords needing the money to make repairs, I would like to present to you my personal experience, which has matched the personal experience of everyone I've met at any of these organizations, and I've been going to these for some years now, which is that my landlords have spent more money using their employees to prevent providing the repairs and than to actually have done the repairs. And they are counting on the distress of myself and have ignored violations that have been there for a year, including several pages of violations coming from my apartment alone, because the other tenants that I've failed in organizing are afraid of the super.
Thank you for your testimony.
Rent freeze is the bare minimum.
Thank you. Jean Folks. Jay Watt. I'm going to go through the names of the remaining people here, and then we'll.
Yeah, but I had a few more seconds I just saw, so I'd like a few more seconds back. If I may.
The time was up.
No, it wasn't. I saw.
That's after the 2 minutes.
It starts to recount up once the 2 minutes is up, and it also starts to beep. Jean Folks. Jay Watt. Yes, when you hear your name, please come up to the microphone.
Hi, I'm Jay.
rent stabilized tenant and member of Flatbush DSA and Flatbush Tenant Coalition. I'm going to talk in Jamaican Patois and then I'll translate it to English because I think it's important. Evening, so one rent freeze at the floor because what we really need, I want rent rollback. If the landlord them so violent with we as random people in here today, imagine what them are do with them tenant them. The landlord them are make record profit. Even though inflation arise. At that the data say. Eric Adams and UNO give the landlord them 12% more in the last 4 years alone. The tenant them on the other hand now get paid more at them 1, 2, or 3 real job them. The grocery them now go down, health insurance now go down, and the subway fare now go down. But at the landlord them are do it to themselves, them not do enough. Them have about 60,000 rent stabilized apartments just sit down empty. If I want investment, then why them I left money out there? Them for rent out the place them. Even if the place them rent out, the tenant them not fear shoulder a burden when the landlord them not have no need it as according to phone data. One rent freeze at the floor because we really need our rent rollback. Good evening, our rent freeze is the floor. We really need a rent rollback. If the landlords are so bad with us as random people here today, imagine what they do with their tenants. Landlords are making record profits despite inflation. That's what the data says. Eric Adams and y'all gave them 12% more in the last 4 years alone. Tenants, on the other hand, aren't getting paid more at their 1, 2, or 3 real jobs. Groceries aren't going down. The subway fare isn't going down. But it's a doing of their own. The landlords are not doing enough. There are almost 60,000 rent-stabilized units sitting empty. If this is an investment, then why are they leaving revenue on the table?
Thank
Bring
you for
them
your
online.
testimony.
Even with full occupancy, tenants should not be burdened since the landlords do not need it according to your data.
Thank
Our
you.
rent freeze is the floor. We really need our rent rollback.
Thank you for your testimony. Sabine Tessier, Sabine, Erica Charles, Wendy Scher. Let me know if you're on your way. Okay. Yes, I'm just calling the names of the folks who are here. We're going to come back. Absolutely. I hear you all.
But he can go ahead. I'm away. Go ahead.
Just
Hello, everyone. My name is Elston Lindsay. I'm a rent-controlled tenant for 57 years in Crown Heights. My landlord is trying to evict me. My apartment is supposed to be registered with the DHCR. He hasn't registered my apartment, so nobody knows I exist. Okay? I'm dealing with a cancer issue. This man's trying to evict me. Move-in date of my apartment, October 14, 1968. Half the people in my building weren't even born. And they had no respect for me. The Shine Corporation. That's right, I said it, the Shine Corporation. You go online, shinecorp.com. You can check out discrimination against blacks, Hispanics, everybody. They love to bully their tenants. And my biggest fear right now is an apartment that I've been in for 57 years. I'm going to be tossed in the street like I'm trash. To further harass me, they removed my name from my rent statement and put my late mother's name there. This is now personal. You take a dead woman's name that I buried 19 years ago, and I took care of my mother until I couldn't take care no more, until she left this planet. And and I had to be disrespected by somebody who should be in damn jail.
Thank you for your testimony.
And rent rolled back nothing. These landlords need to start being in jail.
Thank you. Please come up for your testimony.
Hello. I'm just going to read this. This is from one of Hope tenant members, Deborah. She said, my testimony is to make sure tenants are treated the same as landlords, so to speak. If this continue to be an uneven, unbalanced playing ground, the scales of what's going on, I say rent freeze. I say take the money out their pockets so they'll know how we all feel to worry about how we're going to buy food, how we're going to get our kids to school, buy school clothes, buy books. Stop being greedy and be fair. Help, not take away how we trying to live. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself because you wasn't always a landlord. A lot of them talked about their parents came here and did this and did that. My parents came here and did this and did that. But your parents didn't make it an even playing ground for us. The lady wanted to fight my friend because my friend said to her, if the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. She must have been guilty of cheating her tenants because she wanted to beat me up for no reason. So I'm just here to speak for my Conrad, and she says, freeze the rent. The only way we're gonna have affordable New York is through organized tenants. Freeze the rent.
Thank you.
My name is Erica Charles, member of the board and associate. I am here today to testify about the injustice being taken on tenants in New York City, the greatest city in the world. Instead, only the landlords are profiting from it. My friend's refrigerator was not working. The landlord got her a refurnished refrigerator. She had to put a bottle in front of the refrigerator door to keep the door closed. Eventually, she had to buy a new one and continue paying her full rent. The landlord did not reduce the rent. I pay my rent every month. My landlord said that I am owing back rent, $1,000. I paid it, and it went up again, $1,000. I was so upset, depressed, angry. My stove is not working. I told the landlord about it a year ago. I had to take him to court. The case is starting next week. 3 of the burner are not working, and the one that is working, red flame is coming out of it, which leave my pot black. Rent increase? Absolutely no. Another tenant pay his rent every month. The landlord told him he is owing $2,000. back rent.
Thank you for your testimony.
But I ain't finished yet.
Thank you for your testimony. We have a few more names to get through. Thank you so much.
Okay.
If I've called your name already, please come to the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Sabine, and I am a Brooklyn resident and member of my building's tenants union. There are a million reasons why there should be a rent freeze. It is the absolute bare minimum to care for the millions of tenants who are at risk of being displaced and who are severely rent burdened. So many people more eloquent than me have laid out the dire statistics that point to how and why you as the Rent Guidelines Board can use your power to support the communities who have built this city by voting for a rent freeze. I'll tell my personal story. My mother fled revolution in her country and moved to the city in her 20s and led a long career of public service here. I was born in this city and have followed in her footsteps. I've worked in public service, including in the public defender's office in the Bronx, where I witnessed how our most marginalized community members were ensnared in housing court, and where I was spending more than 50% of my income on exorbitant rent in this city. My mother is now a senior and disabled. When she lost her job during the pandemic, I needed to find a place where she could afford to call home. It was a miracle when we found a rent-stabilized unit that was protected under J51. But the relief did not last long. After moving in 4 years ago under the Adams administration, our rents increased every year. J51, the program that protected our building, is now set to expire. Our landlord has used this to intimidate and displace my neighbors, who are primarily older people of color who have lived in this building for over 30 years in a heavily gentrified and otherwise unaffordable neighborhood. Our landlord has threatened to raise the rent by over 400% for the majority of tenants. This is outrageous on its own, but especially in light of the discriminatory behavior and crumbling infrastructure. We have organized as tenants and face retaliation. A rent increase would be devastating to my family. I lost my job last year as a result of the administration's funding cuts to social services organizations and I have student loans. I support my elderly disabled mother. I want to be able to continue to live in the city and contribute to my community. The rent freeze would have a material impact on my life and that of my fellow tenants. I am grateful to be in solidarity with so many community members who are fighting for this rent freeze. You can see how we fight for each other while the landlords fight for themselves and their pockets.
Thank you,
have the
Sabine.
opportunity to join our fight. Freeze the rent.
Thank you for your testimony. If you hear your name, please come up. Wendy Scher. Michael Shank. Thank you. Jonathan Cohen. Anna Curtin and Dan Mancini. Marcella Miltaez. Could you just tell me your name?
Jonathan Cohen.
Jonathan Cohen. Okay. Jonathan, and then we'll come to you.
My name is Jonathan Cohen. I'm a recently retired and now rent-burdened person who's also a former tenant attorney. And some of this has been said before, but it's really the crux of it. Your own studies show that the landlords have increased profits in almost every year. And they have an increased profit last year in the current study. And yet we listen to a bunch of landlords here talking about how poor they are and how rough it is and how tough it is. Profits come after expenses. Maybe expenses did go up. Profits come after expenses. That's the final thing. They are making money. They're making lots of money. Tenants are rent burdened. I worked in housing court. I saw people getting kicked out, poor people who worked hard every day of their lives getting kicked out so these landlords could make more profits. They're making tons of profits. Over the last 20 years, RGB studies show that the landlord's expenses were increased less than the RGB increases. There needs to be a rollback because the last 20 years have increased rents more than the tenants could afford and more than their expenses. They've been getting over on the system for a very long time. Tenants need a fair break, and that has to come now. And what happens when it doesn't happen is that poor tenants literally get evicted, and their kids get evicted, and they get kicked out on the street. That has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, I am Marcela Martinez, and I'm the State Assembly member that represents South Brooklyn, the neighborhoods of Sunset Park, part of Bay Ridge, and Red Hook. I'm here because it's important as a state official for you to understand what our communities are going through. So you've heard some testimony from some residents in my district, but I want to tell you my personal experience. 223, 225, 227, 23rd Street, 3 buildings that I helped organize before I went into State Assembly. Mostly Spanish-speaking monolingual residents, used to paying their rent in cash. One of the tenants came into the office needing help, and he had some court papers. Guess what? The landlord had passed away, and his adult children had been coming by for months collecting rent in cash, not paying the mortgage on the property, and now the banks were gonna foreclose. None of the tenants had any idea what was happening. It's important to understand that it's not just the corporate landlords that are doing these tricks on our tenants, but it's the small ones as well. They are seeing how much money the big landlords are getting, and they are using the same tactics. And when they can't, they are making up their own. So some of our tenants have no super. Why? Because the landlord can't raise the rent and wants to make more money anyway. So he will hire somebody from the neighborhood that will come and take out the trash once a week. We're talking about tenants who are complaining that they have no heat. And the super's response, don't worry, sweetie, I'll be right up to keep you warm. It's important to understand the imbalance of power that tenants face and the aggressiveness on which these landlords come after them. I have a building where a landlord redid the whole electrical system. We're talking about a building that's over 100 years old. So the tenants are paying for that increase. We're talking about changing the fuses from the screws to the switch. So now this landlord has the power to turn off all the power in your apartment, and that's what he does to retaliate. He will post a picture of you, the same ID that you used to apply for the apartment, and post it at the local train station saying that you didn't pay your rent when you're asking for a new lease. This is just a small snapshot of the issues that these tenants are facing day after day. 2008 was the first time I came before this board and I asked for a 0 increase. Not expecting to get it, but I asked for it because I know that's what was needed in my gentrifying community back then.
Thank you, Assemblyman.
It is years later and they are asking for the same thing. So not only are they owed a rent freeze, but they need a rent rollback. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Mateus. Michelle Stamp. Is Michelle here? Okay, I'm gonna recall this group who didn't come up when I called their names. If you're here, please make your way up. Jean Folks, Elizabeth Mackey, Catherine Schofelt, thank you. Rhiannon Dowling, Janelle Humphrey, David Cortez Ramirez, Andrew Weiner, Michelle MacArthur, Selena Vicioso, Faith Williams, Kenneth Henry, Adem Alkin, Phelan Raltre, Teresita Aguilar, Luz Rosero. Let me know if you're on your way up. Winsome Pendergrass, Maria B. Lopez, Vanessa Figueroa, Ralik Golson, thank you. Saul Lerman Sinkoff, thanks. Ora Wise, Lee James, Sky Dogan, Nancy Herrera, Jennifer Ford, thank you. Alyssa Williford, and Carol Blake. Did you register at the table?
My name has not been called.
Please come give your testimony and remind me of your name when you get here.
Kyle Sandman.
Thank you.
I pre-registered. My number was 29.
Thank you. Did you, pre-registration still needs to check in at the
I
table,
checked
but
in
I will
twice.
absolutely check for it. Thank you, Kyle. When you're ready.
All right. Oy, okay. Before my phone dies. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Cool. All right, so I was here last year. A lot of you have changed. Some of you have kind of stayed the same. One of you who stayed the same left hours ago, which is a bit of a shame. I live in a rent-stabilized building, and I work 2 jobs, like many of my neighbors do. I live in an A&E owned building in one of the 14 buildings that's included in the $2.1 million settlement that the city made with my landlord earlier this year. Prior to this settlement, the building was part of another settlement with the New York State Attorney General for illegally destabilizing rent-protected and rent-stabilized units. A&E CEO Margaret Brunn is 2025's worst landlord, #1. Per the Public Advocate's Office, my landlord's, again, currently literally the worst of the worst. I'm here representing my neighbors and one of the many A&O buildings currently also under foreclosure proceedings. The Rent Guidelines Board has now raised the rent 5 years in a row for rent-stabilized buildings. My rent has gone up, my neighbor's rent has gone up, and you've heard testimony all throughout the night from other owners and landlords that they need to raise the rents to make repairs, pay their mortgages, cover the cost of affordable housing, etc. My landlords, if they ever deign to show up, would probably make the same arguments. My building is a prime example of why the Rent Guidelines Board should not bend to that pressure, freeze the rent, and roll it back if you must. If my rent keeps going up but repairs to my building aren't being made, mortgage payments aren't being made, and my neighbors in illegally destabilized units are not getting their money back from my landlord for years of overpayment, and we have to go to the city and to court to force them to follow the law, why permit the rents to be raised again? I implore you to roll back the rents for stabilized units across the city as a necessary market correction to artificially induced inflation, and most important, as a redress for years of criminality and negligence from the landlords and property management class who have not yet been held accountable.
Thank you, Kyle. And thank you so much to everyone who came to testify tonight. We'll have our final hearing on June 16th. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second? Thank you. We're adjourned.